All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready? Let's get on the record. This is State versus Poole, 23 SC 190102. Our jurors are here. They've been waiting for a while as we work through some technical training for the lawyers on both sides so they can use the evidence presentation system. Mr. Rao, is there anything we need to take up from the state before we bring the jurors in for their initial charge, being sworn in, and openings?
There's a motion in limine to preclude specifically Mr. Swainer's conclusionary statements being mentioned in opening and or in his testimony, specifically the conclusions that.
So pause for 1 sec. I'm trying to get my hands on the witness list for the defense. Mr. Swainer is whom?
He is an expert witness.
Oh, I got Jeffrey Swanner. That's the same as, okay, that's what we're talking about. And what is his claim to expertise? Is he a doctor? Is he a tarot card reader?
He's an accident reader.
Okay.
And specifically his conclusions are that based off his review of the medical records, crime scene photographs, and I guess the layout of the Infiniti 250, that the driver had to be Vitarius Minor. It is a direct violation of testimony that would invade the province of the jury, since that's ultimately the issue that they have to decide as to who the driver was.
Okay, so he could say it's consistent with, but not, I'm telling you what happened.
Correct, and there's a plethora of case law that supports that. I'll cite to Lopez v. State, 326 Georgia Ave 770 to 2014 case. It essentially states that under Georgia law, where a path from the evidence to conclusion is not shrouded in the mystery of professional skill or knowledge, and the conclusion determines the ultimate issues of fact in the case, the jury must make the journey from the evidence to conclusion without the aid of expert testimony. Campbell v. State, 362 Georgia Act 337, it's a 2022 case, essentially supports the same proposition, and specifically on Insight 339. A direct quote from the case states that there is a world of legal difference, and this is a case involving an expert witness who's providing testimony as it relates to a forensic interview of a child, and whether or not the behavior of the child was consistent or inconsistent with sexual abuse. And the direct quote is that there is a world of legal difference between expert testimony that, in my opinion, in quotation marks, the victim's psychological exam was consistent with sexual abuse, and the expert testimony that, in quotation marks, in my opinion, the victim was sexually abused. In this instance, the same, while obviously we're talking about a different set of expertise, the same principle applies. Here we have the defense expert saying that based on his review of the medical records and the injuries that Mr. Minor sustained, it had to be Vitarius Minor, which is another way of saying the driver could not be Kenneth Poole, which ultimately is within the province of the jury to decide. Obviously, even if I think the state lodged an objection as it relates to the qualifications of Mr. Swainer, I think the court would probably find him to be an expert in his particular field. However,
Right, I haven't seen a 702 challenge from the state as to his professional qualifications, his ability to offer an opinion. I'm hearing you say right now, we're not saying he can't opine, but that opinion needs to be cabined by the rules of evidence in the case law, which is you don't get to say the ultimate issue. I can tell you for sure that was the driver. This is consistent with Mr. Minor being the driver. There's a bruise here, there's a this, there's a that.
Correct. He could say things that, the injuries to Mr. Minor's chest are consistent with hitting the steering wheel or whatever, but he cannot say it is because Mr. Minor hit the steering wheel or anything related to that sort of testimony. It has to be either consistent with, inconsistent with. Those are the caveats in which his opinion has to be found with it.
So if what Mr. Miller says in his opening is you're going to hear from Mr. Swanner that based on his expert analysis of all the evidence in the case, it appears that Mr. Minor was the driver, or it's consistent with Mr. Minor, something where it's not. Well, tell me what your concern is. It's not that Mr. Miller can say nothing about Swanner in opening.
And if the defense wishes to say that, based on the evidence that we expect to provide to you, or based on the evidence that will be presented throughout the course of this trial, that the evidence will show that it was Mr. Minor that was driving, I don't think that that's an objectionable point that we can make.
Okay, but putting sort of air quotes around a statement from Swanner that his opinion is to a certainty Minor was the driver. Statements in that area are what you're objecting to. Okay. Well, Mr. Miller, maybe there's no issue here. How are you planning on relaying to the jury your expectation of what Mr. Swanner's testimony would be?
That is consistent, Your Honor, and to their point, as long as their experts testify in the same manner and their opening is in the same manner, then we don't have an issue.
Okay, well, two things. You should object if they don't. It's not, I want people to do things the same way. It's that the rules apply everywhere. And so no expert ought to be saying, I'm certain X, I'm certain Y. I mean, if there's some science that if you mix water with oil, you get X, that's a different thing. But here, it's opinion testimony. And so I think it is reasonable for both sides to press upon the other in advance, motion and eliminate this kind of discussion, make sure both lawyers and your expert witnesses aren't crossing that line into certainty about ultimate issue. So it sounds like you understand the guardrails, Mr. Miller, and maybe then your opening won't be interrupted as you talk about Mr. Swanner. Are there any other experts about which we have that same concern, that either side was planning on saying, well, my expert's going to say, I'm certain that this person wasn't the driver or this person was the driver. That's really the ultimate issue. It's different to say, I'm certain his leg was broken. That's not.
Every opinion, I think, from the state as it relates to that matter will be either it's inconsistent or consistent with either the driver or not the driver.
All right.
And I apologize.
No, you keep going.
So in addition to that, we would ask that the report not be published at any point in time during the course of the trial, because, or at least the specific segments, which there are many, in which the defense expert says it had to be Detarius Minor, or Detarius Minor hit this piece of this area of the vehicle, because those are, again, conclusory statements that would have made the promise true.
Okay. I don't know why any expert's report would get in front of the jury. It may be things that the lawyers use to question witnesses, but we will proceed with caution. And it may be that one side or the other wants to make the expert's report part of the record. And so it's admitted as defense 10 or states 19. That doesn't mean it goes back with the jury, and it certainly doesn't mean it's published. Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
Okay. Mr. Miller, don't mention Dr. Brogy in the opening. We still need to work through that. And I want to understand more fully, Dr. Brogy is not a witness you'd call in your case in chief. He would be a rebuttal witness depending on what the defense presents, or did I misunderstand the state's approach? Okay, so he's a rebuttal witness if he testifies, if he's allowed to testify. Mr. Miller, anything else we need to cover so that you're comfortable both about your opening and that the state's not going somewhere in their opening that you think is impermissible?
Not necessarily regarding the opening, Your Honor, but there is a witness that Your Honor called during voir dire that
Captain Adolphus Henderson?
we have no clue who that person was, who he was. He's not on any witness list. We were told by Mr. Abate afterwards that he was supposed to testify at the Lou of Millbrook. I see anything filed saying this, and he said that they filed something. There's nothing in the court's record that said that that was the thing. I've never met him, never heard of him. I would object to him being a witness in this case, as he's not on any witness list.
Okay. Mr. Abadi, what's the situation? I understand he is a substitute witness. Tell me, and he's substituting for Michelle Middlebrooks. What would Middlebrooks have been testifying to, and why do we have Captain Henderson instead?
Captain Henderson or Middlebrooks would have been testifying about generally what an extraction is, what goes into it as it relates to when the fire department shows up and tools and the things that they use.
Did she, I'm sorry to interrupt, did she, Middlebrooks, participate in the extraction of, who was extracted? Was it Mr. Poole or Mr. Minor?
Well,
Okay, so did she participate in the extraction?
President did not participate. Captain Henderson, you can see on all the body cam and all the dash cam, is participating in the extraction of Mr. Poole.
Okay,
So Middlebrooks was unavailable, so Captain Henderson is somebody who is clearly seen on the video. You can see his name on the back of the jacket. It says Henderson. And he would be testifying literally about what you can see in the body of Ashley.
and how an extraction works, I mean, the technical aspects of it.
That's correct.
Does he introduce anything, based on your communication with him, anything different than what fire person Middlebrooks did in the first trial?
She did not testify in the first trial.
Oh, there wasn't someone who talked about it? Was she a potential witness in the first trial, or she was added for the second trial?
She was on the witness list in the first trial.
Okay, and for whatever reason, you just didn't call anyone. Did anyone from AFD testify? Okay. So Henderson would replace Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks has more or less always been on the witness list. Tell me, Mr. Miller, if I have Captain Henderson here early so that you or Ms. Bird can speak with him, how you are prejudiced in any way, given what the nature of the testimony is, not who's driving the car, but describing to the jury how an extraction works. I don't know that extraction is particularly controversial here. I guess the jury would see it happen anyway because it's on the video. And this would be something of a technical narration. And I appreciate I'm asking you a question to which you partly don't know the answer because you haven't talked to a fire person yet. So maybe what I ought to do is make sure that Captain Henderson is here in advance so you or Ms. Bird can talk with him. And then you'd be in a position to say, let me tell you the 5 reasons why I'm not prepared to rebut his testimony, or why I'd want to have a witness that I can't have here because I didn't know that this was going to be happening.
Right, and that's, excuse me, that's basically it, Your Honor. We don't know the nature of his testimony. He wasn't on any report.
So I heard all that part, and you know the nature in the sense that he's going to talk about extraction. You don't know what that means, but I heard Mr. Abate say he's not going to say Mr. Poole's pupils were dilated or not dilated, or he was talking and he said, I can't believe I crashed the car into the wall. He's going to talk about how an extraction works.
If it's a general, this is how extraction works, I just need the opportunity to talk to him.
100%.
What Mr. Abate proffered was that he actually participated in this, which means that there is some, or should be some type of knowledge of what was going on, and if there was some interaction between him and Mr. Poole or Mr. Minor, and that's all information that we don't know and won't be prepared for minutes before he goes up on stage.
Okay. Were you, Mr. Abate, planning on having Captain Henderson testify today or tomorrow?
Today, and he'll be here all or this morning, whatever.
Okay. So my thought is this, Mr. Miller, you or Ms. Burt, at the appropriate, the state will get Captain Henderson available, whether it's in that jury room there or out in the hallway. So one of you can talk to him, could be during the lunch break, whatever, so that you can explore the things about which you're concerned. I don't know that he's going to remember a whole lot about the specifics, but you're certainly entitled to talk to him. And if that raises a concern with you about how it would be difficult for you to meaningfully cross-examine him, or he's introducing something that you're not prepared to pivot and address, my example, where Mr. Minor is saying, I can't believe Poole crashed the car into the wall, something like that. I suspect we're not going to learn that from him, but we don't know because you haven't talked to him. But assuming it's not something like that, then we'll see if this is something that I'm comfortable having go forward with. Middlebrooks is unavailable. She was always on the witness list. It sounds like you didn't try to speak with her.
No, I spoke with Ms. Middlebrooks, or Captain Middlebrooks.
Whatever her rank. All right, what does she have to say?
She just has a report, just in general, what happened out there.
Okay,
She was kind of supervising.
got it.
So she was not close, like they're saying that Henderson was.
Well, we'll find out when you talk to him as well. And it may be that we need to cabin his testimony to certain things. It may be that we need to exclude it. But insofar as it is an iteration of what Middlebrooks would have to say, and you've spoken with Middlebrooks, then you're actually more prepared than you make yourself sound. But we'll get the captain. It sounds like he's here. Is he here now?
Yeah, you should be, yeah.
Okay, well, don't worry about it right now. If you could just have your investigator let you and then me and Mr. Miller know when he's here, Mr. Miller and Ms. Bird can strategize as to one of them might go talk to him. And then we'll take it up again before the state can call him. Anything else, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I am not ruling officially yet, but I'm putting it on the defense radar. Having read Mr. Connor's transcript from the first trial, this is Joseph Connor, who is deceased. I do preliminarily find that he is unavailable. This is an easy finding. He is unavailable under 804A4. He's deceased, and his death wasn't procured by either side in an effort to obstruct these proceedings. I do believe that his testimony is admissible under 804B1 because of what I have in my hands. He was subject to cross-examination in the first proceeding, and so I believe what is admissible is his testimony from the first proceeding because both sides got a chance to ask him questions. I said that's a preliminary ruling. I think those are the proper 804 rulings. You added another layer, Mr. Miller, that we will not talk about now, but we can talk about during another break about, well, is it even relevant because he was called just to, I don't know if it was to impeach himself, it was to show that he didn't remember that he may have said something. I don't know if that's impeachment so much as he didn't recall it, but either way, it's a different setting than if Mr. Connors had been called to establish some fact, like the left front wheel was missing. And that was his testimony then. That testimony will come in again because you would have had a chance to say, are you sure it was the left front wheel? Don't you have bad vision? All those things. But really, your question was, you don't remember anything. He said, that's right, I don't remember anything, which the jury will hear. So I think provisionally it's coming in. We'll talk about it more during a break. And we'll have to talk about Dr. Raghi during a break as well. I think that's it. Anything else from the state?
So I should not mention anything about Mr. Connor in Connor's opening or yes?
I want us to get started. I don't think there's a whole lot more to say about it. Do you have thoughts about why, even though Connor's testimony fits pretty classically into 804A and B1, it shouldn't come in? If it came in the first trial and there were not objections to his testimony in the first trial, why wouldn't it come in the second? It's basically a replay, but with the lawyers playing the parts rather than Mr. Connors being here.
In the opening, if they're saying they're gonna have Joe Connors here who doesn't remember a single thing about this, sure, say that all day, but if they're trying to impeach him during the opening, I would have an issue with that.
And what's your issue?
We don't even know if they're gonna be able to properly impeach him.
Well, when you say impeach, I guess I'm confused. My understanding is that someone else is going to say, Connor said, Poole said he was driving. Is that accurate? Because Connors doesn't remember saying that. He doesn't say, I didn't say it. He said, I don't remember anything about it. How does his statement about what Poole said come up?
Through testimony of, Trooper Chad Clark.
Okay, so Clark says, I talked with, and he remembers it was Connors, or he describes it was the short guy with one arm. Okay, and he says Connors said to me that Poole said to him that Poole was driving. And Connors doesn't remember that, but says, I've done 9,000 EMT paramedic situations, and I do sometimes talk to law enforcement to share with them if I heard something that seemed relevant to what they're doing. And so it doesn't at all seem remarkable that I would have said something like that, but I don't remember it. Okay. So that's what happened in the first trial, and there weren't objections to that. What's different this time?
No, it's fine.
Okay, all right. Then you can talk about Connors as you think it will play out, your expectations, Mr. Abadi. Let's bring the jurors in and we'll get rolling. Hey, is he here? He's parking. Pardon me? Okay. Will he be right outside, or is he going to be over in your office? Okay, all right.
All right, Jersey.
Front row is full.
Jersey President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for making it through the rain to be here, mostly on time. We were here on time. We had to work through some technical issues to make sure these big screens, when the lawyers are playing video or audio, are working for you. And then we had a few legal things that I try to handle outside your time, but they collided with your time. So thank you for being patient back in the jury room. We will try to run from 9 to 5-ish each day. Sometimes matters come up that we have to talk about outside your presence, and you'll be back there thinking, what's going on? Know that we're out here working through something. We're not down the hallway at the snack machine or something like that. Hopefully the weather will be better the rest of the week. I don't envy you waiting for the shuttle and then getting off the shuttle, et cetera, but thank you for being here. When you arrive each day, go straight back to the jury room. Don't come into the courtroom. We may be talking about something. The courtroom may be locked. So come on back, go to the jury room. That's your home away from home from now on. That refrigerator is full of waters. Those waters are for you. There's supposed to be a snack basket, although it's the end of the year. That may be it. If you empty it, we usually can refill it. But the county cuts off the budget usually in late November. So I don't know that we've got more, but we'll see. It could just be breath mints from here on out. You are free to bring in your own supplies as well. If you try to bring in glass or any sharp object, you will be turned away at the door. So keep it plastic or soft, whatever you're bringing in. I think I know there's a coffee maker back there as well. That's for you. That's your space. Use it as you see fit. You're welcome to bring the water out here. You also should all have notepads. If you want them, we'll talk about those in a minute. But before I dive into some basic legal instructions I need to give you at the beginning of the trial, I need to swear you in as jurors. Yesterday, you took an oath as potential jurors. You're now almost official jurors. I need to administer the juror oath. So if you could all stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state and Kenneth Poole, who is charged with felony murder, vehicular homicide, and fleeing and attempting to elude, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes. Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? All right, thank you. A quick note about seating. There are no assigned seats unless you need to be at this end because you might have to stand up every once in a while because of a knee or a back or because of access issues. And I encourage you to move around. I don't mean in the middle of proceedings, but we're going to take a break in the morning. When you come back, don't always sit in the far corner or right up front unless you need to for hearing or vision reasons, because you literally get a different perspective on the trial depending on where you're sitting. One of your roles is going to be determining the credibility or believability of witnesses. And one way humans do that is by watching how people respond to questions, the easy ones and the hard ones. And the witnesses' faces will be on this screen because this will project them. But you see things physically differently depending on where you're seated. So unless you've really got a hankering for one seat, they are all the same, just as comfortable or uncomfortable, sit in different places. From here on out, you should not interact with the lawyers. They will not interact with you. But if you're out in the hallway looking for which way is the elevator or it's lunchtime, what's a good spot, and you see one of the lawyers coming towards you, they're going to see you and they're probably going to turn and move away like you're radioactive. And you're not, and they're not, but they know full well that they should not be interacting with jurors other than inside court. When all 14 of you are here, the judge is here, and most importantly, the other side is there. You can imagine if you were the attorney for one side and you're walking down the hallway and there are 4 jurors and the lawyer for the other side yucking it up, you're wondering, well, what's she saying to them? What are they talking about? The answer should be nothing at all, even something as benign as the good restaurants near here are down Mitchell Street. The lawyers can't have that conversation with you now. When the trial's over, you can chat with them if you want. They can chat with you if they can find you. But during the trial, they need to leave you alone other than in court. They will not be leaving you alone in court. You'll hear a lot from them during the trial, but it'll be here inside court while we're all present. If at any point during the proceedings you need a break, you are just tired, you've lost focus, you need to use the restroom, let me know. We will take routine breaks. There's usually a morning break, although we're starting late enough. It may be we just stop at lunchtime. There'll always be a lunch break. It will not be as long as yesterday's lunch break. If you were in group 3, it's like a 3-hour lunch break. It'll be about an hour, and we'll have an afternoon break. We'll also break anytime one of you needs to, because you need to refresh, because you need to walk down that hallway. And that hallway is your space as well. There's a window way down at the end if you want to see the gray day. Just don't be super loud in the hallway. There are judges' chambers down there, and they'll come yell at me if you guys are making a ruckus. But if you need to take a call and you don't want to do that in the jury room during the break, you're welcome to go down the hallway and spread out. You need some space. But I do need you to be focused. So if you need a break, let me know, get Deputy Gordon's attention, and we'll stop. You can always pick right back up. So I need to give you some basic instructions on the law. I'll be giving you much more detailed instructions at the end of the trial to include the elements of the crimes that are charged. But I need to give you some basic operating instructions now and a little preview of what to expect. And I don't mean what the evidence is or isn't, but sort of structurally what the trial will be like. Most of you haven't served as a juror before, and so what you think you know about trials is from TV, which it's not. No one is going to come in here and break down and say, I shot President Kennedy. It doesn't happen that way. You are going to see how it flows. You will be true veterans of the process at the end of the trial, but it's not like what you see on TV. First of all, note taking. You are free to take notes. You're welcome to do so. You're not required to do so. You will not get a transcript of witness testimony. That's why you have the notepads. If during your deliberations, you say, wait, could you just play back for us what Fred Smith said? Or couldn't Ms. Rivers give us the transcript she's generating? No. She is taking things down now, but she needs days, weeks to then very carefully make sure that her takedown fits the recording so that that transcript that gets filed at the end is in fact a precise recordation of what was said in court. So you will not have transcripts of witness testimony. You'll get the exhibits. If there's a photograph, if there's a video, a document, that will be with you during deliberations. But the witness testimony is how you recall it. And some of you may recall it because you were listening. Others, it may be because you take notes as well. Do not let your note-taking become so all-consuming. You will not be able to get every word down. And if your face is buried in your notepad, you're going to miss things that might tell you something about a witness's credibility. If a witness is all smiles and bubbles when the questions are easy, but then when they get hard, they do things that, had you been watching, say to you, well, that's evasive, that's not credible, why are you suddenly sweating? They're just questions. You miss all that if you're trying to write down every word that every witness says. You're not able to do that. Your notes need to remain private until you deliberate. So don't show people, hey, look what I wrote down about this. When you're deliberating, you'll be free to use your notes as a memory aid and to show a colleague, hey, this is what I wrote down about that. Your notes will be destroyed at the end of the trial. They're not made part of the record. So if you're writing down, McBurney just talks too much or whatever, that's fine. I'll never see it. They will be shredded and they will not be on court TV in the future. Mr. Poole is the defendant in this case, and he is charged in this indictment with 5 crimes, that is, violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now what's in the indictment. It is in legalese. You will have this document during your deliberation, so don't worry if you don't follow all the where to for and how this and how that. The indictment is part of the record, and you'll have it. It is proof of nothing. It's a procedural vehicle that brings us together. But it's what the state is trying to prove. These are the charges. Count 1 charges Mr. Poole with felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being fleeing and attempting to elude, that's the 5th count in the indictment, caused the death of Devin Jones, a human being. Count 2 charges Mr. Poole with a 2nd count of felony murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, and again, that's fleeing and attempting to elude, cause the death of Detarius Minor, a human being. Count 3 charges Mr. Poole by homicide by vehicle in the 1st degree. We also call that vehicular homicide. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on that same day, April 9, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully, without malice aforethought, cause the death of Devin Jones, a human being, through the violation of OCGA section 46-390, when the accused drove a motor vehicle in reckless disregard for the safety of persons and property by driving in excess of 100 miles per hour at night without the exterior lights of the vehicle illuminated, while changing lanes without signaling, and then disregarding a traffic control device. Count 4 charges Mr. Poole with a second count of vehicular homicide. And the allegation is that here in Fulton, on April 9th, 2021, Mr. Poole did unlawfully, without malice aforethought, cause the death of Detarius Minor, a human being, through a violation of OCGA 46-390, when Mr. Poole drove a motor vehicle in reckless disregard for the safety of persons and property by driving in excess of 100 miles per hour at night without the exterior lights of the vehicle illuminated, while changing lanes without signaling, and then disregarding a traffic control device. And finally, count 5 charges Mr. Poole with fleeing and attempting to elude. The allegation is that here in Fulton, on April 9, 2021, Mr. Poole did willfully fail to bring his vehicle to a stop after being given a visual emergency light signal to bring the vehicle to a stop by Georgia State Patrol Trooper Chadwick Clark, who was in uniform, prominently displaying his badge of office, and in an appropriately marked official police vehicle. And the accused did operate his vehicle in excess of 20 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Ladies and gentlemen, these charges are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt whatsoever. The defendant sits before you with the presumption of innocence in his favor, and that presumption remains with him unless and until the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant may not be convicted of any crime unless and until all of the essential elements that are charged in the indictment have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And you'll learn about the elements of each of those crimes at the end of the trial. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, rests with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts to the defendant. This does not mean, however, that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. It is simply the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that phrase means just what it says. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. If, after giving careful consideration to the evidence in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind as to the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of criminal trials is as follows. In just a few minutes, the lawyers will be given an opportunity to present opening statements. These are previews or forecasts of what the lawyers believe the evidence will be. And Mr. Abadi or Mr. Rao will get up for the state and say, here's what you're going to hear. Mr. Miller or Ms. Bird will have an opportunity to give an opening. I bet they will, but they're not required to because there's no burden on the defense. But they'll have an equal opportunity to say, actually, this is what the evidence is going to show. And already you'll start to see, look, there are two different versions of what this is all about. When the openings are done, I'll turn to the prosecution and ask them to call their first witness. John Doe will come in, he'll be sworn in, and he'll be asked his first question. When he gives an answer, that's the first bit of evidence you'll be receiving. Evidence is going to come before you in two forms. What witnesses say, and then physical evidence, a picture, a photo, a part of a car, whatever the parties are able to tender and admit during the trial. What the lawyers say and what I say is never evidence. So you have a real long question. Isn't it true that it was rainy and dark and dangerous to be driving? And you're thinking it was dark and rainy and dangerous. If the witness says no, then there is no evidence before you that it was rainy and dark and dangerous because the witness said, no, it wasn't, unless you don't believe the witness. But what the lawyers say is not evidence. It's what the witnesses say. At some point, I will turn to the state and say, call your next witness, and the state will say, we rest, which for you means it's break time because there are legal issues we take up when the state rests. When you come back out, the defense will have the very same opportunity to present a case. The defendant has an absolute right and ability to call witnesses and present evidence. They may not, no burden on the defense, but I'll turn to Mr. Miller at the appropriate time and say, call your first witness. John Doe number 2 will come to the stand, and Mr. Miller will ask questions, and the state will have a chance to cross-examine those witnesses. At some point, I'll turn to Mr. Miller and say, call your next witness. He'll say, the defense rests. And that could well be the end of the evidence, although the state has a right to rebut. They may have a witness they're calling to rebut something we heard from a defense witness. Eventually, both sides will say, no, we're done, we're done. Then the lawyers have a chance to give their closing arguments or summations. And that's when they try to persuade you what this case was about and what has been proven or what wasn't. So it's not going to be, I expect you'll hear this. It will be, you heard this, and because of what you heard, you should convict. Or because of what you heard, there's reasonable doubt. And you should feel free to be persuaded by what these lawyers say. They're advocates. But what the lawyers say is not evidence. If they tell you 100 times the light was green, and I saw a video, the light was red, the evidence is what you decide it to be and not what the lawyers tell you it is. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you the rest of the law that you must apply to the case. So the specific elements of felony murder, of vehicular homicide, of fleeing and attempting to elude, some other legal principles that you apply, and then you'll begin your deliberations. Until that point of beginning your deliberations, it's important that you not discuss the case as a group. You may be tempted after the state's first 2 witnesses to go back there saying, whoo, that man is guilty. Well, 1, you don't know guilty of what because you don't have the elements. But 2, we're not done. Wait for the defense to present what it may choose to present. No burden to do so, but they're entitled to. And then your head may be spinning and saying, well, I thought it was this way, and now it's that way, and now doubt is formed in my mind. So you can be thinking about it all you want and writing in your notes, well, I'm thinking this, I'm thinking that, but you don't talk about it with the group until you've had all the evidence and you get the law from me. During the trial, the lawyers have a right to object if they think something is about to be admitted into evidence that's inconsistent with the rules of evidence. That's usually a witness is about to say something. You see this on objection, and they won't say this whole court is out of order, but it would be objection hearsay or objection cumulative, whatever the objection is. I may need to hear from the other side, but ultimately I rule on the objections. If I say sustained, then whoever was asking the question needs to go in a different direction. If I say overruled, then we're going in the same direction. I need you to answer the question now. I overruled the objection. Nothing I say in ruling on objection should be taken by you as some leaning I have for one side or the other, or a sense about the credibility of a witness, or most importantly, about the guilt or lack of guilt of Mr. Poole. I'm not ever expressing opinions on those things. I'm simply applying the law as I understand it to the objection that was made. Every once in a while, there'll be an objection, it'll be sustained, and the lawyer who was successful in making the objection will say, Judge, I move to strike that testimony. And I'll think about it a little bit, like, okay, you're right. And I'll tell you all to disregard what you heard. And you're going to think, come on, what do you mean? Now, we've just drawn attention to it, and now you're telling me, don't think about that thing we were just talking about. I actually mean it, and if you wrote it down, you should cross it out. I promise you that if it is central to your deliberations, I won't be telling you to just disregard it. A lawyer is going to stand up and say, I've got a motion. You're going to have to go outside. And if someone says something that is a bell that is unringable, we have what's called a mistrial. That is a very sad development. That is, we have to stop. You go home and we have to get another jury and try again because something was said that you weren't supposed to hear, and it's not realistic to assume that me telling you to disregard it is going to have that impact. So if I'm telling you to disregard something, it's typically someone said something like the music was loud, but they know that because someone told them it was loud. So that's here. Disregard what he said about the volume of the music, and you're going to be able to press on just fine. But if for whatever reason during deliberations, someone in your group said, hey, remember that guy who said the music was loud? You need to say, I do remember that, but we're not supposed to consider that in the case. I promise you it's not going to be central to what you're doing, but I need you to police it. If something snuck in that shouldn't, and I tell you to disregard it, you need to do that. I mentioned motions. From time to time, a lawyer may say, Judge, I've got a motion. That means break for you, because that's a lawyer saying there's something we need to talk about When you talk about it fully enough, the juror shouldn't be in here when we do that. I may say, we're going to hold your motion until the next break, or you may just get a bonus break. We try to handle those things before you come in the morning, after you leave, at the end of the day. But trials are fluid, and something could come up that people weren't anticipating because witnesses are human still. And so we're surprised sometimes. And if it's big enough a surprise, there may be a motion and you get an extra break. Now, we've talked about the lawyer's role and my role. You have a role as well that is essential to this process, and that is you are determining the facts of the case. What happened on April 9th, 2021? While I'll be instructing you as to the law that applies, you will be deciding what the facts are and what was proven beyond a reasonable doubt and what wasn't. And in doing this, you will necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of the witnesses who testify. And in deciding credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies, your physical impressions of the witness, and your sense of the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Do they have a stake in this, a bias that you think might make them testify in one way rather than another? Now, in fulfilling your role as a fact finder, you may from time to time have your own questions of witnesses. The lawyers will be asking the majority of the questions, but sometimes a lawyer will ask a question, you're like, well, what's the follow-up? And you want to know an answer. The way we address that is not by having you blurt your question out or raise your hand, or even worse, go online and research something. More on that later. But there are note cards stacked up in front of you on the little shelf in the front row there. Those are for you to write down legibly on one side of the card only, questions that you have for a witness. And when a witness is done with the lawyer's questions, I'll turn to you all to ask you if you've got any questions. And if you do, you'll hand your cards to Deputy Gordon. I will look at the questions with the lawyers, because just like a lawyer's question can be objectionable, yours could too. If your question is, what did that other person say? It's probably going to be objected to by the lawyers outside your presence, because what someone else said rather than this witness's hearsay, it typically doesn't come in, but you should jot down the question you have. And if it's a legally appropriate question, I will ask it of the witness and you'll get your question answered that way. When your questions have been posed, I turn back to the lawyers. You often come up with a real great point they hadn't thought of, and they're going to want to follow up. So they get to follow up, but we only do one cycle. I don't then say, hey, now do you have more questions for this witness? One bite at the apple when the lawyers are done with their main round of questions. For each witness, every witness, you'll have that opportunity. You should draw no conclusions from the fact that your question was not asked. All that means is it was not an appropriate question. Questions are never evidence. So that's not, ooh, I hit a nerve. The judge didn't ask my question. No, you actually hit a rule of evidence and you hit it hard. And that's not a question that I'll be able to ask. It's important that you view the evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to reach conclusions until the trial is over. You must decide this case based only on evidence presented here in court while all of us are present. No outside research. That's why you can write the questions down. It would be exceedingly inappropriate, and because I'd be telling you about 10 times not to do it, for you, for example, to go to exit 2 on 400 to say, I'm going to see what this intersection looks like. Don't do that. If it comes to light that one or more of you did that, likely a mistrial. And when we figure out who did that, likely contempt for you, which probably means you'll sit through a few other trials, but not as jurors, because we'll have to start the process all over again. If you need to see something because you think it's important to your deliberations, that's what you write down on the card. Does this witness have a picture of X? That kind of thing. But no outside research, either because you go to a location or because you get online and say, I'm just going to get a Google Maps of this or that, or there's a discussion of a body part. You're like, I don't know what that Latin word means. Is that an arm or a leg? Don't look it up. Let's ask the witness to say, could you put that in English terms? Just as you should not discuss the case with your colleagues before deliberations begin, it's important that you not discuss it at all with people in your life outside of court. So when you get home tonight and people in your household or your online community or wherever you interact with folks say, how was it? You need to be super boring and say, it was great, full stop. And let's talk about something else, because well-meaning people will say, let me tell you about the trial I did a couple of weeks ago or last year or this or that. fascinating story, but it's not your case. And they're going to want to help you navigate this. And that's not their role. Their experience was different. It may have been a different jurisdiction. It may have been different law. Who knows? So you need to be bland and tight-lipped about it, and talk with people about other things. When the trial is over, there's nothing secret about what we did here. You'll be free if you want to write a book or a song or tell everyone about it was good or it was bad or whatnot. That's fine. But you need to hold those interactions with other people off until you are done with your service as a juror. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my preliminary instructions, and we are going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Abadi, will it be you or Mr. Rao? All right, when you are ready.
Good morning. So the common theme that you're gonna see over the next couple of days is the challenges, I can say, at least for myself and Mr. Rouse, it involves any sort of technology. We seem to be repelled from it. It seems to be repelled from us. So we ask that you bear with us as we go through this trial and know that we're not intentionally trying to waste your time or haven't attempted to learn how to use the technology. We're like oil and vinegar, oil and water. We are not, we don't mix, we don't match. And, but we're gonna try to do our best as it relates to us and the technology over the next couple of days. So we can present the evidence and the testimony in this case as efficiently, as effectively, and get you guys home to your families, your job, and things of that nature, and back to your real normal lives as quickly as possible. Now, you learned a little bit yesterday, and you heard the judge read the indictment a little bit today, that this was an event that occurred on April 9th, 2021. It happened at approximately 3 a.m., and you're going to hear over the next course of the days that it began here in downtown Atlanta, or close to downtown Atlanta, midtown Atlanta, I-75 North, which merges into I-85 North, and then up to 400 North into the Buckhead, Lenox Road area off of exit 2. And what you're going to learn is that Trooper Chadwick Clark was on duty that night. He was patrolling the highways of I-75, and he encountered a white Infiniti Q50, and he encountered that vehicle in the HOV lane as it passed him, and his car is equipped with speed detection devices, things that all of us hate. And that early morning, his vehicle detected this white Infiniti passing him through the HOV lane, going 95 and a 55. That caught his interest. He then began to follow the vehicle. What Trooper Clark will tell you is that he intended to stop the vehicle, but he knew because he had been in this area, he had patrolling this area as a member of the GSP Nighthawks for a number of years, that it was a safer area where the gore was where I-85 and 400 kind of merge. And he'll tell you he chooses that area because in his number of years on duty and working as a Nighthawk in this area, that in making a stop in the past, he's actually been hit by a vehicle. So in order to prevent that from happening, keeping the driver stopping safe and himself safe, that's where he makes the stops when he's in that area. He'll tell you this, what he believed or hoped would be a normal traffic encounter, normal traffic stop, ended not to be one. That he blue lighted the white Infinity. The white Infinity did not stop. The white Infinity kept going, kept increasing its speed. The white Infinity got to speeds upwards and over 100 miles an hour. Trooper Clark will tell you that he kept a good distance behind this vehicle for the safety of himself, other drivers, and the fleeing vehicle. And what he will tell you happened that early morning on April 9th, 2021, was that this, what he believed to be a normal traffic stop, ended in catastrophe, ended in catastrophic loss, ended in the death of Devin Jones and Darius Minor, who were passengers in the white Infinity. He'll tell you and describe to you in detail what he saw, what he heard, his initial observations and smells when he got out of his vehicle after this catastrophic loss. And he'll tell you that this 4-minute encounter ended right off of exit 2, the first exit, Georgia 400, and that white Infinity that he intended to stop looking unrecognizable. That it was when he encountered the vehicle seconds after it collided into a concrete barrier right off of the exit, that it was on its roof, that it was on fire, and he immediately acted. He immediately acted to provide life-saving measures to anyone he could encounter and save. And he will talk to you about what he again first saw when he got out of his car. He will talk to you about who he saw first and where. He will talk to you about everything that he remembers and everything that you, ladies and gentlemen, will be able to see on what his vehicle dash cam captured that early morning of April 9th, 2021. And what you'll learn about Trooper Clark is that he's been a trooper since 2011. He worked in various areas of the Georgia State Patrol Department, and currently, and for the last couple of years, has been assigned to the Nighthawk unit that obviously works at night, overnight. It does the early morning hours and travels in different areas of greater Atlanta and into Cobb County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, the big counties around Fulton County, patrolling the zones and keeping the highways safe. They'll tell you that, again, his first encounter of the vehicle was around the Georgia Tech campus, Atlantic Station area of I-75, and traveled to where it ended in Buckhead, right off of Georgia 400, the Lennox Road exit. Now, Trooper Clark will talk to you a little bit about his dash camera footage and the dash camera that his vehicle is equipped with. He'll talk to you about the dash camera, how it works, why he does the things that he does, why you hear and see the things that you see when you are watching the dash camera. And he'll talk to you about how Georgia State Patrol, unlike many of you probably seen and heard based on what he told us in Wadir yesterday about some of you watching crime shows, that Georgia State Patrol doesn't have body cams. They're only equipped with dash cams on their vehicle. So he'll talk to you about that policies of Georgia State Patrol. Again, he'll talk to you about why and he decided where to initiate the traffic stop for the safety of himself, the other drivers on the road, and the drivers he saw in the white Infinity. Again, he'll talk to you in detail as he sits before each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. He'll talk to you about the pursuit of the vehicle, why he took the measures that he took, why he didn't take certain measures. And he'll talk to you about what his most important goal, which is the safety of everyone, including himself, when initiating and moving forward with the traffic stop. Now, what you see on the screen before you, many of you ladies and gentlemen may be familiar. It's the intersection where first exit off Georgia 400, you come Georgia 400 North, the stoplight. If you take a right, you go towards Phipps Plaza and Lenox Mall. And if you take a left, taking a left onto Lenox Road, which will take you to the light that intersects with Lenox Road and Piedmont Road. And what you're looking at here is a diagram that was done by other members of the Georgia State Patrol, Corporal Lee, who works, and we'll talk about in a second, the SCRT team, or the Specialized Collision Construction Team. And this was one of the forensic mappings that he did to display and show the path of travel of the white Infiniti that Trooper Carter attempted to stop for speeding. Now, what you'll see on the dash cam is that as the vehicle is traveling up Georgia 400 North, getting close to exit 2, I don't know how familiar everybody is with that area of Georgia 400, but before you exit off of exit 2 and get to the bridge of the pathway that would lead you to either taking the left to Piedmont or going right towards both Phipps and Lenox Mall, that there is an underpass. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is as this white Infiniti is traveling at these high rates of speed, that he turns his lights off. That he tries to, be even more evasive at the high speeds that he was moving, and that he was trying to escape being stopped and being seen as he went to exit off that first exit on Lenox Road. And what Trooper Clark is going to be able to explain to you, and what you ladies and gentlemen are going to be able to see, is what he first encounters when he gets out of his car. His first reactions when he gets out of the car. How he first gets his fire extinguisher, begins to put fire in his front compartment of the vehicle, as those are turned, and it's on fire. And he's taking all the life-saving measures that he can take with other members of the Georgia State Patrol, who quickly arrive to the scene. What he will also talk to you about is that the first person he encountered was the defendant, Kenneth Poole. And he will describe to you, again, the vehicle was overturned, it was on its roof, that the defendant was laying on his back, that the impact of the vehicle when it hit the concrete wall hit at an angle where it hit directly on the right front, the right passenger of that Infiniti. And you will see, and as you saw in the pictures a few minutes ago, that the majority of the damage, the huge impact and the catastrophic damage to that vehicle is that front right area of the passenger car. And what he will tell you is that it was almost like a hole in that passenger compartment. It was almost like a hole where the passenger seat in that front of the vehicle was. And the defendant was lying on his back with his hands out of the vehicle. And what he'll tell you is that his feet were in the driver's side steering compartment. And that he was pinned or trapped. He'll talk to you about talking to him and asking him if he can move, if he can get out. He'll hear on the dash cam and ask him, can you get out? And things of that nature. And what as he continues to provide aid and continues to survey the scene and make sure that the car doesn't relight on fire, and that he can attempt to save the first person that he encountered, the defendant, that the defendant wiggled, he tried to crawl, but his legs were stuck, and he was trapped in the vehicle. And that other members of his unit, the Nighthawks arrived, Trooper Buffington, Trooper Goodell, and Sergeant Gass, who works with the troopers on the Nighthawk, all came, they all assisted to help make sure that the car doesn't explode, that the fire maintains remain out and that they do everything they possibly can to save whoever they can. At the point that Trooper Clark first got out, the only occupant of the vehicle he knew of was the one he could see, and that was the defendant. As all of the troopers kind of worked through the area, surveyed the scene, seeing what was left of this manual vehicle, they began to shine their flashlights inside the vehicle. But what Trooper Clark, as well as Trooper Goodell and Buffington will do is that they are flashing their flashlight in and out of the vehicle. They see a passenger in the back compartment. They see a passenger laying in the back seat behind the two front seats. I know that sounds obvious. What they will say is they could hear him gasping for breath. They could hear him very shallow with breathing. They knew that his life, what was left of it, was dire, that they needed to get to him, and they couldn't. They tried to keep him calm, is what the troopers will tell you. They continued to call for backup, whether it be the Atlanta Fire Department, Grady EMS, to provide additional medical care. And what they will tell you is that they also, as they began to kind of walk around the vehicle and see the wreckage from the car, from hitting that wall at that high rate of speed, they noticed close to where the point of impact of the vehicle and the wall was, there was another human being, another male laying dead in the road. And what the evidence will show is they immediately rushed to him, that Sergeant Gass attempted to provide any sort of life-saving measures, but it was too late for Devin Jones. Devin Jones died on the pavement of Georgia 400 and Lennox Road. And that they immediately took their attention back to Kenneth Poole, immediately took their attention back to who they learned in the back seat was Terrence Minor. And quickly, Atlanta Fire showed up. And what you will learn from the troopers once the fire department arrived is that they have specialized tools, they have additional training that allows them to get people trapped out of vehicles, that they're able to extract people from vehicles that are pinned, whether it be in the back seat because the compartment is closed, whether it's because the roof and the floor of a vehicle has collapsed due to the collision and your legs are trapped or any part of your body strapped. They have all the tools necessary to assist and hopefully able to save your life. And in this instance, what you'll see on the dash camera, on some body camera from assisting Atlanta Police Department officers who arrive to kind of work the traffic, maintain the integrity of the scene so cars aren't driving in and out of this busy intersection, even at 3 a.m., that eventually they are successful. They being the fire department, are able to extract Kenneth Poole. And you'll see that on the video, and you'll see the area which he's extracted, which is the front compartment of the vehicle, where his feet are at the steering column and his head is at the passenger door at the front of the vehicle. You'll also hear from Grady EMS. Members of Grady EMS that are EMTs arrived. You specifically hear from Larry Berry, he goes by his middle name, Michael Berry. And he'll tell you the first steps that he takes when he arrives at the scene, that he's there to assist in any way possible during the extraction, as relates to providing any medical care. But he'll tell you he stays out of the way. He observes. So once the patient is extracted from the vehicle and that patient is alive, he can provide, if he's ready to provide any care necessary in order to stabilize and move the individual to the hospital here at Grady. And what he'll tell you and what he described in his report is that, again, the defendant was laid on his back across the front compartment, his head towards the passenger door, and his feet at the steering compartment of the vehicle. Other members of Grady EMS that were present were Mr. Joseph Connor, who assisted care of Mr. Poole. What you will learn is that Mr. Poole was transported by the ambulance with Mr. Barrier to a Grady Hospital that early morning. He approximately, according to a report, Mr. Barrier arrived at Grady Hospital around 4 a.m. So what you will hear from Trooper Clark is that after the defendant was transported to Grady, he also went to Grady. That he went to Grady, went into the emergency room, the area of the emergency room, and initiated a conversation with the defendant. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is he asked him three, I'll describe as pretty simple questions, pretty direct questions about what had just happened on 7585 at Georgia 400 North. And what Trooper Clark will tell you that he asked him is he introduced himself. He's Trooper Clark. He asked him, why did you run from me? He'll tell you the defendant said, I don't know. He asked him, does the white Infiniti of the car belong to you? He says, yes. And Trooper Clark would say that he then asked him, were you driving your vehicle? And he said, yes. And what Trooper Clark will tell you is that that was his encounter. That was his very short purpose. He had three reasons, three questions, for his reasons for being there, questioning the defendant, and then he left and went back into service, wrote a report, and things of that nature. He will tell you he doesn't work alone. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, that there are other members of the Georgia State Patrol, other investigative units that assist in these catastrophic collisions or crashes. And you'll hear from a member of the Specialized Collision Reconstruction Team, also for short, the SCIRT team, Corporal Jeffrey Austin Lee. And what he'll talk to you about is the training he's received in order to be able to reconstruct different accidents that he's encountered over his number of years with the Georgia State Patrol. He'll talk to you about the fact that he responded to the scene on April 9th, 2021. And he'll talk about the first steps that he takes when he begins his investigation. His part of the full totality of or determining what the full totality of the circumstances are. The way he uses his training, how he walks the scene, and what he's looking for. He'll talk to you about the fact that some of the first things that he notices or looks for are tire marks, which corroborate or are consistent with a car traveling high rates of speed, like the dash cam shows. And once he finds those marks, he'll describe to you that he uses neon paint, spray paint. He spray paint on the roads near the different tire marks, so he can measure and know where they are. If he doesn't come back or needed additional information from the scene. He talks about the photographs he takes, why he takes a certain photograph, and how he uses those photographs to reconstruct a collision or a crash like this one. He will tell you about the fact that he impounded in this instance, the defendant's vehicle, and why he did that. And with a newer vehicle like this one at the time, 2017 Infiniti Q50, that he believed to be equipped with what I'll call black box, that we know that some planes have and they look for after a plane crash. It's called the airbag compartment module, and that he impounded that vehicle and he intended to get a search warrant. And for the ACM, the black box, which he'll talk to you about why he does that, what information is stored in this black box about the car, and how he uses that in making his final determination in regards to collision.
Excuse me.
In regards to his part of this investigation, or any investigation that he read in conjunction with, in this instance, the investigation of the work done by Trooper Clark. And again, so after he's able to get the search warrant signed, he executes it. He's able to successfully download the information from the Infiniti's airbag control module. Tell you as he's going through the information, what he sees is that the vehicle is traveling 130 miles an hour, 5 seconds prior to the collision. They'll tell you based on the calculations he's able to do, based on training experience, basically as that vehicle is entering, exiting off of exit 2 onto a Lynch Road, it's traveling 130 miles an hour. He will tell you when that vehicle hits the wall that was unable to avoid, it can't maneuver the left turn, and it hits the wall at 0 seconds. When it hits, it's going 78 miles an hour. He'll talk about, again, the forensic mapping he does to create images like you've seen today to help kind of get everyone a full picture, the path of travel and the calculations and things that he does as part of his investigation. Lastly, he's going to talk to you about, again, his training and experience. And he'll talk to you about principles like the principal direction of force, how it changes, and the importance of the direction of force, and when it encounters something like a concrete wall, how that changes that principal direction of force, how it affects the vehicle and the occupants of the vehicle. He'll tell you as a part of his review, and in order to get his conclusions, he again reviewed the dash camera. And he'll tell you why he reviews the dash camera. Sounds kind of silly to say that he reviewed the camera as the camera is part of his investigation. But he will talk to you about how his findings from doing the markings, making the measurements that he did, seeing the information or the data that was downloaded from the airbag control module, all of that is corroboration to what he saw and what you, ladies and gentlemen, will see when he watches that dash camera. And he'll tell you he provides all the information he's able to gather as a part of his investigation to Trooper Clark, the trooper who initiated the stop of the vehicle. And they will tell you as a result of both of their work together that warrants were taken out, charges were taken out, as the ones the judge described to you early today and yesterday. Arrest warrants and are secured. And Trooper Clark will tell you that on April 17th of 2021, he returned to Grady Hospital to inform the defendant who was still suffering from broken bones, like broken femur, things of that nature, that when he's released from the hospital, he's got warrants for his arrest, and he's to turn himself in to Fulton County Jail, not far from the courthouse. What they will learn through the evidence is that the defendant was discharged from Grady Hospital. He didn't do that. He then instead went to where he's from and later was arrested in his hometown of Memphis in June 2021. You'll also hear from Dr. Michael Henninger, and what Dr. Henninger will tell you. He has worked as a medical examiner for a number of years. He is someone with a lot of experience, and he is interesting, is how I'll describe Dr. Henninger. He will talk to you about his training and again, his number of years of experience, a number of autopsies that he's performed, all the different things he's seen throughout the years in order for him to make his determinations he makes as a part of the autopsies. He'll describe to you probably a little more detail than any one of us want to know or hear about what goes into performing an autopsy, the different things that they do and why they do them in order to determine what he'll tell you cause of death and manner of death, as it relates to both Sarah Minor and Mr. Doug Jones. Now, the judge told you a little bit, or gave you some what I'll describe as housekeeping things that he talked to you about earlier, taking notes and things of that nature, and that you, ladies and gentlemen, are determining the credibility of the witnesses as each one testifies before each and every one of you. And I would urge you to take notes. Obviously not to the point that it's distracting to you or anyone else, but we all see Pat Court reporter taking down everything that we're saying, in her mind, cussing us all out because we're either not talking loud enough or talking way too fast or not articulating things in the way that we think that it's coming out. And she's very good at what she does. But it takes time for her to produce an actual output of what we're all saying. So at the end of this trial, if you go back to deliberate, you won't have the luxury of Ms. Rivers' notes, that the transcript that she eventually produces as it relates to every proceeding or trial that she gets a court report for. So your notes, ladies and gentlemen, become your transcript, your collective memory. You record in your notes are the transcripts that each and every one of you are able to reference and use at the end and close of this trial. And all of the evidence, testimony has been presented. What you have left is your collective recollection, all of the evidence, how all of the testimony came out after each witness testified. And if you take notes, pay attention, and follow the evidence, and you use what we talked about yesterday, your common sense, and your life experiences, and then if you apply the law, it's going to give you questions.
Bless you.
At the end of this trial, Judge McBurney, after all, the close of evidence, after closing arguments of the debate, will give you what's called the charge of the court. Charge of the court will be all of the laws that you're to apply to everything that you've seen and heard over the course of this trial. And if you apply that law using your common sense and reason, it'll show one outcome. It'll show that the defendant on April 9th, 2021, was driving his white Infiniti Q50, that he didn't stop his vehicle when Trooper Chad Clark initiated that traffic stop, but he did the exact opposite. They traveled at a high rate of speed and quickly maneuvered to turn on the limit truck exit and collided with the concrete wall. And when he did that, he killed the two passengers in his vehicle. He killed both Devin Jones and Terry Minor. And you will note that the defendant is guilty of all of the counts that the judge has read in the indictment, using your common sense, using your reason, using the direct and circumstantial evidence that you're able to see and hear on the dash cam. And I'm confident when you do all of that, myself and Mr. Rao will have an opportunity to stand before you again and will ask that in using your common sense and using your reason, applying the law, all the facts and the evidence, that you return the only verdict that speaks the truth. And that's that this defendant is guilty of each and every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abadi. Mr. Miller?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, every story has a prequel. This story is no different. April 9th, 2021, 3 a.m. is not where this story begins. April 9th, 2021 is not where the story begins for Mr. Poole. It's not where the story begins for Mr. Minor. It's not where this story begins for Mr. Jones. April 9th, 2021 is a small part of a larger story that they're not going to tell you. The story begins weeks before. Specifically, I'm going to talk to you about April 8th, 2021, where a group of barbers decided that they were going to drive down to Atlanta for some fun and to scout out some new locations for the barbershop. These barbers weren't your typical barbers, and this wasn't your typical barbershop. This barbershop was actually considered a celebrity barbershop. Everyone in Memphis came down to this barbershop to get their haircut. And it wasn't that you come in, you get your haircut, you leave. It was community. It was a family. Evidence will show that blood could not get these people more closer. April 8th, 2021. My client, Mr. Poole, his friend, Mr. Jones, Brandy, another friend, Eric Harrington, and Rob all drove down to Atlanta from Memphis, Tennessee. That's where the story begins. You've met me. My name's Steve Miller. This is my client, Mr. Kenneth Poole, and this is Miss Deandra Bird. Together, we're going to give you the full story of what happened that night, that morning, and leading up to those events. Now, as they're traveling to Atlanta, they make a stop in Birmingham, and there's two cars. They stop in Birmingham, they get some gas, and they continue on their way to Atlanta. Once they get into Atlanta, the car with Brandy splits off from Mr. Poole's car. Mr. Poole goes to cut some hair. He cuts his cousin's hair, and he cuts his cousin's father's hair. He leaves from there, and he goes to cut an artist named Kibo Money's hair. He cuts his hair, and then he cuts his chef's hair. Now, he's already made a 5.5, 6-hour drive from Memphis. But he leaves there and goes to a listening party for Kibo Money. While at the listening party, he's there with Mr. Jones. They leave that listening party and they go to a gas station. They leave that gas station and then they go to an Airbnb where they meet up with the rest of the group. That second car that drove down, Brandy, that had Eric Harrington and Rob in it, she goes to drop off Eric Harrington at their Airbnb. They leave that Airbnb and she goes to another Airbnb where other barbers are at, and they're also pre-game. They'll describe it as pre-game. Once she gets there, she gets a call from Deterius Minor that says, "Can you come and pick me up?" So she leaves that Airbnb and goes to pick up Deterius Minor. Where does she pick up Mr. Minor? At an apartment complex right off the exit of Lenox Road in Georgia 400. Literally right off of that exit. She picks him up and they return to the Airbnb where everybody is at. They're there, they're pre-gaming, everyone's having fun. Some people are getting their hair cut in the chair while they're at that Airbnb. And that's when Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones arrive at that Airbnb so that they all can go out. They leave and they go to a restaurant, bar, lounge. It's Atlanta. So they went to this restaurant, bar, lounge area, spent some time there, and you're going to hear from all of these barbers that said they spent time there, and then they found out that they were giving tickets to everyone outside. Not wanting to get their cars towed, they started rounding everybody up. Let's go. Evidence is going to show that Mr. Poole had just ordered some wings. And so Mr. Minor grabs Mr. Poole's keys and leaves in his car. The evidence is going to show that every single one of those barbers saw Mr. Minor leave that restaurant and grab Mr. Poole's car. Every single one of those barbers will tell you that it was nothing for Mr. Minor to drive Mr. Poole's car. They always would switch cars. In fact, everyone in the barbershop would switch cars. They were a family. And so what's mine is yours. Every single one of these barbers will tell you that when they left that restaurant, they saw Deterius Minor driving that vehicle. That Corey Williams and Quentin Patrick pulled up beside the car, rolled their window down. Mr. Minor rolled his window down, and they could see Devin Jones in the passenger, and Mr. Minor was driving the car. Where are you going? I gotta make a stop real quick, and then we're gonna catch up with y'all. That was the conversation that was had. When every single one of those barbers left, Mr. Poole was in the back seat of that car. Deterius Minor was driving, and Devin Jones was in the passenger seat. That's what they're gonna tell you. Now, what Mr. Clark, Trooper Clark, is gonna tell you is that the windows of that car were tinted. And that because those windows were tinted, when he saw that car going on 85, 75, getting onto that 85 split, he could not see who was in that car. He could not tell you who was driving that car. What he's going to tell you is that he could not even tell you how many times that car was occupied, how many individuals were actually inside of that car. What he's going to tell you, and what you'll see from the scene, is that after the collision happened, he immediately put the blame on Mr. Poole. The only person that was still alive. What he's going to have to admit, and what you're going to see, is that it took him 33 seconds to get to that scene after that collision happened. 33 seconds before he was able to see anything at that scene. He jumped to a conclusion that Mr. Poole was the driver, and the evidence is going to show that every single member of GSP followed that conclusion. You're going to hear from Corporal Lee. They're accident reconstructionists. Accident reconstructionists. Corporal Lee is only going to be able to tell you that that car hit that bridge at 78, hit that wall at 78 miles per hour. He won't be able to testify to what happened inside the car and what each individual did inside. What he will have to say, and what he has already said, is that Trooper Clark said that Mr. Poole was a driver, and that's what we had to go off of. He'll have to admit that he did not do any, zero, independent investigation to find out who the actual driver was of that vehicle. None. He relied on Trooper Clark, who arrived at the accident scene 33 seconds later and began telling everybody at the scene all he had to do was stop. This entire investigation took a matter of a week. And what the evidence is going to show is that GSP did not do a thorough investigation, that they did not do a complete investigation, and that all that they did was jump to a conclusion based off of Trooper Clark. What you're going to hear from Trooper Clark is that this alleged statement that was made at the hospital is not audio recorded, it's not on video, it's not written. There is absolutely nothing to corroborate that statement. It is 2021, and there is nothing to corroborate this alleged statement. Throughout this course of this trial, I want to try my best to give you every single thing that you need. And everything that they don't give you, I'll make sure that I'll give it to you. So that you can make an informed decision on what really and truly happened that morning. And everybody that was there, what they saw. While we're in trial, you're gonna see me on my phone, you're gonna see Ms. Bird on her phone, you'll see us typing. Please understand that every single thing that we do is gonna be in regards to this trial. You'll see my investigator coming in and out of the courtroom. We're talking about this trial. I see that most of you are still writing and a lot of you are writing. I want to tell you, like my mentor told me when I began doing this. Write it if it's important, but listen. Listen. Because if it's very important, you're going to remember. So don't be hammered down by your notepads. Please watch and listen to this testimony. We've been fighting since 2021 for his innocence. And you're going to hear that passion with me. And so I apologize now. But we've been fighting since 2021. And so I'm excited that you all are here. I'm gonna tell you the words that I left with Mr. Poole the first time I met him. And that is that you cannot prove a negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Would you like a break? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break. If we ever start at 9, it'll be a longer break around 10:30. We'll still have lunch. This isn't going to impinge on lunch. We'll just probably start lunch a little bit later. But we've been going in here since 9, so I'm going to give the lawyers and Ms. Rivers a break, which means you get a break. It'll probably be a little shorter than our usual breaks. Don't talk about the case. You actually have only heard lawyers talk about the case. You don't have any evidence yet. No outside research. I'm going to have Deputy Gordon get you back in here in 5-6 minutes max. Unless you say no, the breaks are your breaks. And if you say we're not done with the break, then actually we sit in here and wait for you. Just know that we can't move forward till all 14 of you are back in the jury box. Okay? See you in a few.
All right, the jury.
You can leave your pads, take them, either way. There's nothing to write while you're in the jury room. All right, couple quick things before we break. I saw that the defense had filed a certificate of supplemental discovery, an IG, which I assume is Instagram video, and a screenshot. Have you received those, Mr. Abadi? Okay. When I asked if there were any issues, that didn't come up, even though that's late disclosed, nothing we need to work through. Or maybe it's not late disclosed, but handing over discovery on November 29th seems late. I just want to not have the hiccup when Mr. Miller tries to tender it, if that's where we're going.
There won't be an issue.
Okay, all right, then I will take that off my radar. Captain Henderson is here and outside, so from here forward, when one of the two of you or both of you want to talk with him, Mr. Miller, feel free to do that. But I'm going to view him now as sort of on the clock for you all. And you need to let me know after you've had a chance to talk to him what concerns, if any, you've got after you've had that dialogue, okay? All right, quick break this time, 3-4 minutes. Whenever Ms. Rivers is ready to come back, we'll have the full hour for lunch. Mm-hmm. We need Mr. Poole. We've got plenty of lawyers in the room. But we got to get Mr. Poole. Does he have a hangout?
Yeah, he usually right there, but he wasn't there.
Judge Emerson's case pled out. He's done for the week. I know. I don't know what'll go next week, but he's got something. Not your case. Ms. Love asked me for the continuance. Like, it's not my job.
The date, that's January eighth. It's really December eighth that she's called in front of Judge Ingram.
Right.
So she gets that.
I saw that too.
Can and wait.
But she's, I think, number 3 on the list for next week. All right. Let's get on the record in State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is in court with Ms. Bird. Our prosecutors are here. I think Mr. Miller may be talking to Captain Henderson. Ms. Bird, are you good if we get going?
Yes.
Okay. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in? Your first witness is ready?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bird, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, you're out.
Okay, let's bring him in, please. Okay.
All right, Mr. Jerry? All right. Yeah. Oh, so you need to go up here. Yes. I'm thinking. You're here.
That makes more sense to you.
After work. Yeah.
Much.
I'll do it, President of the County Court.
Ready? Okay. Welcome back from break. We are ready for the state's first witness. Mr. Abadi?
Miss Mickey Clark. This meeting.
Martin?
Yes.
Raise me, raise your right hand. Swear affirm that testimony you will be able to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
Hello.
State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Tamika Martin, TAMEKIA, MARTIN.
Can you tell the jurors, where do you live? Where do you, call your hometown?
I live in Memphis, Tennessee.
And, how long have you been in, Memphis, Tennessee?
My entire 45, almost 46 years.
Okay. And, can you tell the jurors, do you have any children?
I have a deceased son and I have a daughter.
Tell the jurors, your son, what was his name? And, was he older, or younger than your daughter?
My son's name was Devin Jones Jr. and he's older than my daughter.
How many years are in between, your son, Mr. Jones, and then, your younger daughter?
2.5.
2.5. And, can you tell the jurors, before your son was killed, what did he do for work?
My son was a barber.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, how did he get started as a barber? When did he start working as a barber?
Well, my son's father was a barber as well. So his father used to take him to the shop with him. And my son actually started cutting hair on his own when he was about 12 or 13.
Started at a young age, 12 and 13.
Mm.
Did he continue with cutting hair and working in the industry of the barber industry?
He did. After he graduated high school, he went on to community college and got his degree and everything. And he started working in shops, not his own. He started working in other people's shops, so just renting booths.
And the shops or the areas of booths inside the shops that he was working at, was that in Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, as he, after he graduated from high school and he got his certification on the barber license,
Right.
did he always work in Memphis?
Flesh.
Did he always work in Memphis?
He did, but he came to Atlanta from time to time, as far as I know, from time to time to cut a couple of artists' hair.
Did he travel to any other places in Tennessee, Nashville, other places?
Nashville.
And can you tell the jurors, if you know, did he travel to places like Atlanta or Nashville, places other than Memphis, often to cut other people's customers' hair?
I don't know how often. I know at least 2, maybe 3 times yearly. He would go. I knew when he was in Nashville. I knew when he was in Atlanta, but he had recently, before he passed away, he had recently started coming to Atlanta. He was in Militant from time to time. I can't tell you exactly whose hair he was cutting. I just know when he left, he'll inform myself and my mom where he was going.
And can you tell the jurors, back in April of 2021, where was your son? Was he working at any specific barber shop or location?
He was working at, I do believe the name of the shop was In the Cut or In the Game, in the Game. I think it was DA Game or something to that nature.
Had you had an opportunity either to go to the shop or meet some of the people that he worked and cut hair with?
A few of the barbers, because my son has a son, I have a grandson, and I would either pick him up or drop him off from time to time where he was, because his son was with him most of the time. So yeah, I met a few of them.
Grandson, how old is he?
He's 7 now. He'll be 8 in January.
Now, can you tell the jurors, do you know an individual named Detarius Minor?
I did, yes.
Tell the jurors, how did you know or meet Mr. Minor?
Well, he was a friend of Devin's. He was a friend of my son's. I don't know how often they were together, but they had come by the house sometime, from time to time. And I had gone to the shop where he was working when they passed away. He passed away with my son, well, the same day, involved in the same accident.
You tell the jurors, did your son, Devin, and Mr. Minor, were they just friends or did they work together?
They worked together as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, through Devin's work as a barber, do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Poole?
I do.
Tell the jurors, how do you know the individual by the name of Kenneth Poole?
I know Kenneth Poole the same way I knew Deterius. But the thing about Kenneth and Devin used to ride with Kenneth a lot. He would pick him up quite often.
Who would pick whom up?
I apologize.
That's okay.
Kenneth would pick Devin up. When Devin's car went down, he would ride with Kenneth quite often. Kenneth would go to my mom's house. My son used to cut hair in my mom's shed. So Kenneth would come by there as well.
And can you tell the jurors if you know how long did your son, Devin, and Mr. Poole, Kenneth Poole, cut hair? Do you know? Together?
I don't know how long they cut hair together. If I'm not mistaken, they had known each other for, I guess, about 4 or 5 years. I don't know how long they had cut hair together, but in that shop, my son had only been in that shop, I think, in like 3 months or so.
And the person you indicated, can you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yeah, I see him. Yes, sir.
You, for the record, just wanted to mention he is identified by article of clothing he's wearing.
I think he has on a black dress jacket and a white button down.
The area that towards the table.
I'm sorry.
There's 2 people with a black jacket or a dark coat jacket.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I can't really see anything.
You can get down, and there are 3 people at that table. If you could tell me, there's left, middle, and right. Where's Mr. Poole seated?
I do apologize.
That's okay.
Poole is seated in the middle, and he has on a solid black tie.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibits 1 and 2. And if you will take a look, State's Exhibits 1 and 2, and I'll let me know if you, after you've looked at them, if you recognize State's Exhibits 1 and State's Exhibit 2.
Yes.
As it relates to State's Exhibit 1, how do you recognize it?
Exhibit 1 is my son, Devin Jones.
State's Exhibit 1, fair and accurate picture of how your son, Devin Jones, looked prior to his death on April 9th, 2021.
Yes.
And then you said you recognize State Exhibit 2. How do you recognize State Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is the Terry's minor.
And State Exhibit 2, a fair and accurate picture of how Mr. Minor looked prior to his death on April 9th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Pretty similar.
At this time around, the state contender was the marked State's Exhibits 1 and 2 in evidence.
Any objection from the defense? Nope, they're both admitted.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Martin, can you tell the jurors back on April 8th, 2021, did Devin have plans to leave or go to Atlanta?
On April 8th, I didn't know Devin was supposed to leave until the 9th. Devin was at my home, him and my grandson, and he informed me that morning. I got up to go. I just started a new venture. I opened a shop, and I just left to go to the office. And he was telling me before I left, he needed me to watch the baby. But I asked Devin to cut his hair before he left. So I went on about my business, and I told him he was going to have to bring the baby to me. So he informed me that he'll be leaving. I can't remember exactly what time, But I told him just before he left, bring the baby to me. So at the time, I didn't know my daughter was supposed to go with them as well. I got a phone call,
Your daughter was supposed to go with them.
was supposed to ride with Kenneth. Devin was supposed to ride with Kenneth, headed to Atlanta on the 9th. They were coming to Atlanta to cut a Memphis rappers. He's a local Memphis rapper by the name of Kivo Money and his entourage or whatnot's hair for a some kind of I want to say party.
Your
And
daughter was supposed to go to that.
my daughter was supposed to go with them, and at the time I didn't know. So I had a phone call, I guess about noonish, and he informed me that he needed to bring the baby. I told him to just leave him at the house with my daughter. He then informed me that my daughter was supposed to go with him, but my daughter ended up bringing my grandson to me. I told them to bring him. I asked them to take him to my mother first. My mother wasn't able at the time. She had my niece, my nephew, and my grandmother, and she had to take the dog to the vet, so she wasn't able. So I told them to just bring him to me. So my daughter brought the baby to me, and she was in a rush to leave. So I told her she needed to take her time. I go run and get him something to eat, and just come back, bring the baby's food. And she was like, "No, they're gonna leave me." So I'm like, "Who's leaving you?" She said that excuse me, Devin and Kenneth were gonna leave her if she didn't hurry up and get back to where she needed to be.
Said he was going to leave her in states of one is that is that your son, Devin Jones, that you're referring to?
Yeah, that's my son.
Okay. And state of the two, identify this person or how you remember the
Terry Line, yeah. I knew him at the time. I knew him as DT.
Okay. And that was his nickname.
Right.
Did your son have a nickname maybe that you didn't call or that other people called?
Devo.
Okay. And you were explaining that your daughter brought your grandson to you.
Right.
Through, I guess, in speaking with Devin, did he leave without your daughter?
He did. I called Devin. My daughter rushed out and she was like, "Mom, they're about to leave me." So I'm like, "Well, it'll be okay. You may not need to go." Because it was as far as I knew, it was primarily men. So in my opinion, you may not need to go. So anyway, she left and she came back about 10 minutes later. She said they left me. So I called Devin because I was going to call him anyway because he never cut my grandson's hair before. He didn't cut his hair before he left. So I called him and got on him about cutting his hair. "Well, Mom, I cut it when I get back. I didn't have time." He was about to leave. Kenneth was about to leave me. He didn't say Kenneth was about to leave me, but at that point I knew who he was leaving with. He said, "We have to go and pick somebody up." I'm like, I didn't care. At that point, I didn't care. I'm concerned with you cutting your son's hair. So that comes first. So I don't care who he has Mom, he has to pick up DT. I didn't ask where. We're gonna be late. All I kept doing, we're gonna be late. We have to hurry up and get there because we have to pick him up. And him was DT.
This is another one of the instances like you described earlier where Kenneth Poole was driving or taking your son here to Atlanta.
Right.
And do you know what kind of car Kenneth Poole had back in April 2021?
He had a white Infiniti that he had just recently got, to my understanding.
And after the conversation that you just kind of described with your son Devin, kind of getting on to him about not cutting son's hair, after that conversation, did you speak with him again?
I didn't.
And can you tell the jurors, you said you didn't, over the next couple of hours into the early morning hours of the next day, did you get information that your son had been killed?
I did. Well, before I got information that he was deceased or he had been killed or in an accident or whatnot, I saw he was on live. So I went and watched a little bit of his live. He seemed to be enjoying himself. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched it for maybe a few seconds or whatever, and they were just riding or whatnot. But I got a phone call at 8 o'clock. My husband called at 8 o'clock that morning from work. He said that his oldest son had given him a call and said that Devin had been in a car accident.
Here's it.
I'll ask him more specific question.
Okay.
So, you get a phone call that your son was killed.
I did.
Talk about, just back up just real quick with people who don't know. You said that you saw him on live. What do you mean by that?
Facebook Live. He was video recording himself.
And can you tell the jurors, after you got the phone call that Devin was killed, what did you do next? What happened next?
I got the phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 9th. They passed away on the 9th. Got the phone call at 8 o'clock that morning. I got a phone call from my husband saying that my son had been in a car accident. So my first thought was, well, where do we need to go? Because at that point, I didn't know where he actually was. I didn't know if he had made it to Atlanta or, I didn't know where he was. So he said that his son told him that, oh, I apologize. You right. No more hearsay. So
Devin was killed.
I did. I was told that he was in Atlanta. Initially, my husband didn't say that he was deceased. He just said he was in a car accident. So I'm like, well, come home so, we can get to wherever he is. He said, well, no, it's bad. I'm like, well, you mean bad? He said, well, he didn't make it. I'm like, yeah, I went all the way off. I'm just like didn't make it where? What do you mean did not make it? He's gone. He's dead. I'm not, who? My questions were just, who? I'm in disbelief at this point.
How many days after you found this out, got all this information, can you tell the jurors, did you talk to the person that your son left with from Memphis? Did you talk to Kenneth Poole?
I spoke with Kenneth. I did.
Tell the jurors what you spoke about in the conversation.
Well, when I spoke with Kenneth, initially I called and I asked him how he was doing. At that point, I wasn't aware that, or it didn't dawn on me that he was still here in Atlanta. I asked him how he was doing. He said he was okay. He said he was in pain. So I asked him, did he need anything? I told him I had recently had surgery, so I told him I had painkillers that I could bring to him. He said that was fine. It still hadn't dawned on me that he was still here in Atlanta in the hospital. I think he said he was about to go to sleep or he was about to do something, and he would call me back. So the following day, I gave Kenneth a call back. I told him I was trying to find out where or if he wanted me to drop the pills off or whatever. And he was kind of beating around the bush with me. So I asked him, I'm like, well, what happened? He was like, what do you mean? I'm like, what happened in the car? And I don't want to rush into anything or say anything before I'm asked. But I asked him, I'm like, what made you feel the need to run from the police? His response to me was, I don't know. It's not hearsay. That's what he said to me.
Stop. No armchair lawyers here. I'll hear from the lawyers and then I'll decide. I'm understanding this to be an exchange between Ms. Martin and Mr. Poole. Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Yeah, he just told me he don't know. He doesn't know what happened. He think he just panicked. So I was telling him in the process that I paid for my son's funeral, and he's not buried. My son is entombed. His funeral was upwards of $24,000.
I'm asking you another question. So, the conversation that you're having, is that over the phone?
It was over the phone.
And can you tell if you remember roughly how long was this phone conversation with the defendant?
To be quite honest, I want to say it was a week. I buried my son 2 weeks after the accident. I want to say it was before my son's funeral, but I'm not even sure. I honestly don't remember.
Yes, I wasn't clear, so I apologize. Was it a short conversation? Was it a couple minutes?
It was maybe anywhere between 5 and 7 minutes. Wasn't extremely long, but 5 to 7 minutes is a long time to have a conversation. Most of the conversation was me asking questions and him kind of. From Kenneth, I don't know what happened. I'll help. Right now, I'm not in a position to help with anything, but when I'm better, when I get back on my feet, I'll give you what I can.
In that conversation, did he ever tell you that the Terrius minor was driving his white Infiniti?
No, he never denied that he was driving.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I have no further questions. Let defense counsel may have to.
Ms. Burt, questions for Ms. Martin?
Can you? Thank you.
One, thank you for being here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, I apologize.
I said, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And I'm really sorry for your loss.
That's the first time that's actually the second time. The first time I heard it was from Miss Julie.
Yes. I have a son, so I can only imagine. So I'm really sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry that you have to be here doing this with us today. I'm gonna ask you some questions and they may seem rough. I'm just doing my job.
Understood.
So when you mentioned you dropped your grandson off or you would pick him up from the shop, did you ever go inside of the shop?
I did. Not just the one that he was working at then, but the one that he was working at prior to that, which, if I'm not mistaken, the young lady that my son was working with is Kenneth's sister. That's to my understanding.
And how old was your son at the time of this?
My son passed away 5 days before his 23rd birthday. My son's birthday was April 14th. He passed away April 9th.
And do you prefer that I call him Devin, Devo,
Devin.
your son?
I called him Devin myself. I didn't even give him a nickname.
Okay, Devin. And so you said Devin was almost 23?
Right.
What high school did Devin attend?
My son graduated from Southwind High School.
You also mentioned that Devin and DT worked together. Do you recall when or where?
They at in the game or in the cut, whichever name of the Scooby's shop. I call him Scooby because that's what I know him as.
Yes, it'll come out.
Okay.
And do you remember when?
My son had been at that shop, I think, 3 months.
3 months.
And so in 2020, he passed away in April. So February, March, and April, or January, February, March. I can't remember if he started in February. I'm not positive.
Okay, but somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned that your daughter was going to go with them to Atlanta.
Right.
Do you know why she would have gone?
I guess it's Atlanta. She was just my daughter and my son were like this, so they were very, very close. You see one, you see the other, and a lot of the time when my son left, when my daughter was of age, she would travel with my son. So yeah.
And you also mentioned that Devin didn't make it to cut your grandson's hair. What's your grandson's name?
My grandson's name is Jaden.
Jaden. So
Right.
Devin didn't make it to cut Jaden's
No,
hair.
it wasn't that he didn't make it to cut Jaden's hair. He had Jaden with him.
Okay.
My son and my grandson, my grandson actually lived, my son actually lived at my mom's home at the time of his passing. but they were at my house a lot. My grandson, when he was born, I had him from the time he was 3 months to the time that he was 3 years, to just after my son passed.
So Devin had Jaden, and before he dropped him off to you, he hadn't cut his hair.
Right, he hadn't cut his hair.
Busted.
Right, my daughter dropped Jaden off to me, but he hadn't cut Jaden's hair before. Devin hadn't cut Jaden's hair before he left.
Do you remember about what time Jaden got to your daughter?
I think Devin was at the house when I left.
Okay,
Devin was at my house.
you remember around what time that was?
That Diamond dropped, my daughter's name is Diamond.
Diamond, okay. That
Dropped
Diamond
Jaden off to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Around, I got a phone call around noonish. So if I'm not mistaken, she dropped him off right at 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. And at that time, where was Devin?
Devin, I hadn't spoken with Devin anymore. So at that point, she told me, my daughter said that she was going back to meet Devin.
Okay.
I assumed that she was going back to my house to meet Devin.
Okay. So you didn't know where he was at the time.
Right, in the city. Right.
Okay. I
But I
understand.
was aware that he was still in Memphis at the time.
Okay, but not you just didn't know his whereabouts.
I didn't know his exact whereabouts. I didn't know if he had moved. The last I saw Devin, he was at my house.
Did Devin speak to you about a rental car?
Devin called me and asked me if I could rent him a vehicle. Okay. No, ma'am, I could not.
Do you remember around what time that was?
This was a few days prior. I didn't ask why he wanted the vehicle. I didn't know he was going out of town until the day they had the accident the morning of the 9th. So I didn't know until the 8th. I think I said earlier I didn't know until the 9th. But no, I didn't know until the 8th that he was actually going to Atlanta.
Okay. How was you and Devin's relationship at the time of his death or prior, leading up to his death?
I mean, me and my son, it was a mother-son relationship. I had my son at 18, and I was always his mother. I was never his friend. I was his mother.
And I can understand that and appreciate that. But I mean, at the time, what were the dynamics? Because also a mother-son relationship. My mom was 17 when she had me. So at 23, I may not have been the best person to her and vice versa because, you're young. So what was that dynamic at the time?
I mean, you're asking me what was that? Make me understand exactly what you're asking.
Were you all on a super friendly terms at the time of his death or leading up to his death? Were you all experiencing, just some family issues? Were you as close as you were? Anything?
Myself and my children don't have family issues. I'm their mother. We don't have family issues. Myself, anytime my son was out of hand or out of line, I addressed it. I addressed it right then. We're not gonna wait. We're gonna address it right now.
Okay.
Which is the same way my mother was with me and still is. And I'll be 46 December the 20th.
How did he respond whenever you call him out?
Oh, he
Right.
Well, I'm asking to lay a foundation of the amount of information that Ms. Jones would have known about the trip.
Okay. Why don't you get to that? What she knew about the trip and didn't know?
Okay, fair enough. I'll go back. So you said that he asked you to rent the car. You told him no. Pull my questions back up. You mentioned previously that Devin would let you know when he made it to where he was going. Did he let you know this time that he made it to Atlanta?
No, he didn't.
And that was out of the norm, correct?
No, that wasn't out of it was out of the norm. He would call and inform us that it's either myself or my mother, that I made it to my destination. Love y'all. See y'all when I get back.
And you also mentioned that you watched his live.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on in that Instagram live?
Well, it wasn't Instagram, it was Facebook.
Facebook live.
Yeah, I don't have Instagram. But yeah, it was Facebook. But the live that I watched, they were partying. They were with Kivo Money. They were at like a little party, like a little kickback. And to my understanding, it was like I don't know if it was a record release or album release party or whatever. I'm not sure. But I only watched a few clips.
Yeah.
So it wasn't anything. I didn't just sit and watch. I'm not a Facebooker. I'm not a social media
Okay.
person.
But Devin was having a good time.
Yeah, Devin was, yeah.
Do you remember about what time that was?
Shit. I mean,
I know it's hard.
I apologize. Oh, you didn't hear me anyway. But I honestly, it was later the night of the 8th. It was later that night.
Okay.
So yeah, I can't give you an exact time.
But later on, and that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you spoke with Kenneth. Do you remember if you called him or he called you?
I called Kenneth.
Okay. And
I still have my phone records too. As a matter of fact, I still have the same phone. I still have his number programmed in my phone. I still have the call log in my phone right now with me.
And when you spoke with Kenneth, or when you called Kenneth, what date was that?
I can't give you an exact date. Would you like me to grab my phone and?
I mean, if there's
It's
no
up,
objection,
if
the judge will
you,
allow
there's
it.
no objection, she can check her phone.
Of course.
Here comes the phone. I'm gonna have the investigator stay right nearby because she's gonna take your phone back once you look it up.
I want to show you something. Could you come in for a second? Now, I still have the name of the program. It doesn't show the history.
No, we're not on the record right now.
It doesn't show how far back, like if I type in anybody that I've spoken with recently, it doesn't show the history. I'm assuming because, I haven't spoken to Kenneth in almost 5 years, since, I guess, I want to say a couple of weeks after the accident. So it won't take the history back that far. It won't even allow me to see the history.
But that's the number that you have.
Yeah, that's the number that I have.
Okay.
And I also have his mom's number.
That's all. I just was asking about the time and the date, just to get some more details.
All right, so let's get back on the record. Next question.
So you spoke with Kenneth. This is not the first time you've spoken about your conversation with Kenneth, correct?
What do you mean?
Have you spoken previously or testified previously about a conversation that you had with Kenneth?
Well, I don't understand have I testified?
So
Or
I'm
given a
gonna
statement about your
I'm
conversation?
gonna intervene here for a moment. So, Ms. Martin, the question is just at some other hearing, some other time you've been in court, has anyone ever asked you about phone conversations you would have had with Mr. Poole after the accident? Does that make sense?
In this court, yes.
Okay, that's right, right. So
Okay.
you've been in this courtroom before, there was a hearing going on, something was going on, and some lawyer, whether it was a prosecutor or Mr. Miller, asked you about phone calls you had with Mr. Poole
Right.
after the accident?
Yes.
Yes, okay, there's our answer.
The answer is yes.
Okay, and you didn't mention that Kenneth told you that he drove in that hearing, did you?
I didn't mention just now that Kenneth told me he drove. I said he did not say he was not driving.
But you earlier said that he did not deny.
That's what I just said.
So in the previous hearing, in that conversation.
So we're discussing the previous hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Wait-
Okay.
Wait till she asks you. Okay.
Okay then.
And you said during that conversation, that Kenneth was open to have a discussion with you?
Absolutely. Me and Kenneth never had a problem. Let me just explain something to you. I'm reasonable for the most part. If you want me to explain, just allow me to
Just
explain.
keep talking until someone objects.
Okay, now, My thing is, I've never had a problem with Kenneth, even after my son's passing. I did not have a problem with Kenneth. Our problem I had a problem with Kenneth only after the initial hearing, when he stood up, sat here and lied. So that's the first problem I had with Kenneth. Now, I told Kenneth in our conversation that I had with him while he was in the hospital, that I did not want to see him behind bars. He told me he understood that. I know he has a son, he had only a son at the time. He understood that. I told Kenneth the only thing I wanted to know is what happened in that vehicle to make him want to run from the police. He said he think he panicked. He thinks he panicked. I don't know what happened. I think I panicked.
He said he didn't know what happened and he thinks he panicked. And at any point during the conversation,
His exact words
Stop.
was,
You
I don't know what happened.
Okay, don't interrupt her. She's not going to interrupt you.
and during any of those conversations with Kenneth, were you ever told that he didn't want to talk?
No, well, I called his phone back and his mother answered. His mother answered the phone and she asked who it was. I told her who I was. She never offered condolences. She never said she's sorry for my loss, nothing. What she said to me was, today is the worst day of my life. Can I finish?
Yeah.
Today is the worst day of my life. Why are you calling me? I replied with, what, am I allowed to speak freely and tell exactly what was said in this conversation?
But let's go to the next question.
Because my question was.
Well, that's what you just asked.
My
But go
question
ahead.
was just whether or not you were told that Kenneth didn't want to talk.
Sorry, I cannot take you both at the same time.
Right, we're going to manage that one at a time. So Ms. Byrd, question.
So my question, I'm going to backtrack a bit. At what point
You backtrack a
were you
lot.
made aware that DT was in the vehicle? Or that, I'm sorry, I'm going to rephrase that question. At what point were you made aware that DT was with Devin?
I wasn't made aware that DT was with Devin until after the fact. They were deceased when I was made aware that DT was with Devin. To my understanding, they were going to pick DT up. I assumed that DT was somewhere in Memphis. I assumed. I didn't know where they were picking him up from. All I knew is Devin told me that he and KP had to pick up DT. I wasn't informed of where they were picking him up from.
So you had no idea where DT was?
I did not care.
Thank you.
I did not ask. I did not care.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So you also testified that, previously you testified. So you'd never testified that Kenny told you anything?
What do you,
Told you anything about whether or not he was driving?
I never testified that he told me anything about.
Whether or not he was driving the vehicle?
No, what he said to me was he didn't know. I asked a specific question. My question to him was, again, what happened in the vehicle?
Understand.
Let her finish.
My question to him was, to Kenneth was, what happened in that vehicle to make you feel the need to run from the police? Kenneth's answer was, I don't know. I think I panicked.
And this is the first time you've testified to that statement, correct?
This is not the first time I've testified to that statement, but initially, like I stated to you earlier, the conversation between Kenneth and I was, I didn't want to see him hurt or behind bars. And the conversation that he and I was having on the phone was strictly between he and I. I expected when Kenny got to this courtroom, on this stand, for him to tell the truth. That's
Okay,
what I expected.
Let's stop there. Next question.
And why is this the first time you're bringing up that conversation?
Because this is the first time I was asked that question.
Fair enough. And you say the truth, and Kenneth
Nope.
never,
No question. Nothing to answer yet.
Okay.
you say the truth.
Mhm.
Again, Kenneth never told you exactly what happened, correct? That's yes or no?
No, he didn't tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, and Kenneth never told you that he was driving, correct?
He,
On that night, at the time of that incident, Kenneth never
he
told you
never,
that he was
the
driving.
words out of his mouth was never, I was driving.
Were they?
So let her finish.
He implied that he was driving.
But he didn't
because
say it.
Don't interrupt her.
I asked a specific question and he answered the question. I asked him again, what made you feel the need to run from the police? His response was, I don't know. I think I panicked.
All right, we've covered this a bunch of times
And
now.
how long after the wreck did that conversation take place?
Maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. I'm not exactly positive.
And was Kenneth still in the hospital during this
He
conversation?
was still in the hospital.
And a couple more questions. You mentioned that you offered him pain pills, correct?
I did.
And these are the same pain pills that you've taken.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I'm not gonna ask the specifics of what they are, but when you took those pain pills, did you experience any fogginess or any loopiness or anything that could keep you from
Just ibuprofen,
remembering
ma'am.
things?
Let her finish.
Ibuprofen. No, ma'am.
Right, so that was the pain pills that you offered
Right.
to Kenneth.
Mhm.
Okay, and the only thing that he told you was an implication, not anything concrete about him driving, correct?
He said the only thing.
We're just gonna hear the same thing again. I asked him a specific question, he gave a specific answer. So you're gonna work with that evidence as you see fit. Let's ask a different question or do something else.
Your Honor, I just wanted to make it clear on the record that Kenneth never,
So don't testify on behalf of anyone. You or Mr. Miller are gonna be able to share with the jury what you think was said or wasn't said. This witness has answered 4 or 5 different formulations of that question, and we've received whatever answers the jury has heard, pretty similar answers. Okay?
just a couple more questions. After the wreck and after the funeral, and did you ever go back up to the shop?
I did.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
I was still taking my grandson because that's what he was familiar with. My son took my grandson with him to work. My son cut my grandson's hair. I have video and photos of my son holding my grandson, showing him how to cut hair. So I felt it was only befitting for me to keep my grandson in the same environment that he was in. So I was responsible for getting my grandson's haircut. So I took him to the same place that my son was working at, to the same people that my grandson knew.
And when you went, were they welcoming?
They were initially, yes.
And were they remorseful?
For the most part, yes.
And did anyone from the shop attend Devin's funeral?
I honestly can't answer that question. I don't even recall my father being at my son's funeral. That day was a complete blur.
You understand? Let me double check, but I don't think I have any more. Thank you so much for your time. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
There you go.
Okay, jurors, any questions for Ms. Martin? If you need to write them down, if you need a moment, if you didn't get cards passed to you in the back and you need them, you don't need to put your name on the card or a number. You just write the question legibly. You can put more than one question on a card. Just keep all your writing to one side of the card. It has to do with record keeping we do. You. So, Ms. Martin, have you ever observed the 3 barber friends we've been talking about, Mr. Poole and your son and DT, sharing cars? In other words, Maybe one of them drives it for a while, then another one's driving it.
Never.
Okay. The Facebook Live, is that what I think you called it live. That's
Yeah, it was
Facebook?
Facebook.
The one you were talking about, share with the jurors what the setting was, what you saw. Was your son in a car? Was he at a party? I think you said kickback, or what was going on in the background for the live that you saw?
Well, the live that I actually saw before the one that I watched before their passing, they were in, I don't know if it was a rented space. I apologize, I don't know if it was a rented space or a small club. It was a small setting, and maybe the few people that I saw, it may have been 15 to 20 people there, and it was more or less I saw the rapper there. I saw my son. I saw Kenneth, and they were pretty much they were doing their 20-something thing. They were just hanging out. I mean, they were, you know, just hanging with the rapper guy.
All right, in the future, we sort of get if you're not done, but you're writing, let Deputy Gordon know so he doesn't hand me a batch. I just got a few more questions, and these, counsel, we need to talk about. So if you will join me out back, we'll be right back.
And I also say I did see a couple of other lives, but that was after the passing.
Okay, that wasn't what I asked you about. Thank you.
Mhm.
Question about the co-workers shopping conditions. Afterwards. That's relevant, given what I expect will happen. No, I gotta say. Facebook Live, what the name law was. I take what you said. I said answer won't ever be an objection. That's the state. That's not fair to do it. Those one can say. So always has something.
Just push hard. Okay.
So we'll pick up where we left off, Ms. Martin, about the Facebook Live. If you could share with the jurors, as best you recall, the name of the celebrity, the performer.
He was Kivo Money.
Okay. And do you recall any timestamp on it or when it was that you saw it? 10 p.m., 11 p.m.?
I'm not sure. I honestly, it's been almost 5 years now. I'm not sure exactly what time it was. I can't even remember what I was doing. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. Last question. I appreciate you staying with us. You had mentioned in one of your answers that when you went back to the shop, initially your son's coworkers were sympathetic, or it was a positive adjective. The question is, what changed? What did you experience when when they were non-sympathetic?
I took my grandson to get his haircut one day, and I can't even remember the guy's name that was cutting his hair at the time. There were two of them that cut his hair. The young lady named Brandy, she cut his hair once, and then I cannot for the life of me remember the taller, older guy. But Kenneth had come back to the shop after he got out of the hospital. He came back to the shop. And while I was there, he came in. And when he came in, the guy who was about to cut my grandson's hair asked me to leave because it was he got a phone call first. He asked me to leave because it was so said a conflict of interest. If I was bringing for me to bring my grandson there while he was working in the shop. And I turned to him and asked him, I'm like, well, he was the one who killed my son. So how can you ask me to leave? If anything, he should not have come back to the shop. And not just taking my son to get his hair cut. I was taking my grandson to get his hair cut. I was paying them to cut my grandson's hair. Not to say that I'm not supposed to pay. But if you all so loved my son, like you said, and so loved my grandson, what's a haircut? Y'all didn't offer anything else, and I actually allowed them to keep the things that my son had at his station. So yeah, that's when I had a problem with them and everything. I was over it.
Okay. Mr. Abadi, do you have any follow-up based on the questions from the jurors?
I do not.
All right. Ms. Bird, anything else?
No.
Okay. Ms. Martin, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now. You are free to break up into smaller groups. You don't have to eat all as a group. Don't talk about the case during the lunch break. No outside research. You have now received some evidence in the form of witness testimony and 2 photographs. Don't supplement that with outside research and talk about anything other than the case during your break. When you get back, we'll pick up with the state's presentation. This clock here that you can't see, but it's easier for me to read, says 12:26. It would be great if we could start up by 1:30, so that gives you an hour, but we'll see. This is our test lunch. You may be back and ready to go at 1:15, and so tomorrow we'll take a shorter break, but I want to give you an hour off, even if you're not chewing the whole time. And it may be difficult to get to places because of weather. We have a list of places to eat. Is that in the jury room? We don't always put it out there. It's not recommendations, but it does list a few places. Everyone has survived every restaurant on that list. So if they're still open, you could go to those. You don't have to eat anything at all. You may be a faster, in which case more power to you. We'll see you at 1:30. Give me 1 second and we will, there we go. See you in about an hour. Thank you. All right. Mr. Miller, did you have a chance to speak to Captain Henderson?
Yes, I did.
As much as you needed? I know it's not ideal, but, or do you want to talk to him more before we talk about your thoughts, concerns about his testimony? Are you ready to?
We're fine.
Okay, fine, as in if the state calls him, you feel equipped to handle whatever cross? Okay, I appreciate you rolling with that one. I think the substitution was occasioned by unavailability rather than anything else. But thank you for taking the time to speak with him. Anything else from the defense before we break for lunch? Okay, anything from the state?
I got it.
Okay, you'll have witnesses ready to go at 1:30. I got the thumbs up from the investigator. All right, thanks, everyone. See you in about an hour. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get on the record. We are back in State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is in court with his lawyers. Mr. Rao is here for the state. Mr. Rao, anything we need to discuss before, we have all jurors are here and ready to go? Anything before we bring the jurors in? Okay, is this your witness or do we need Mr. Abate for that? Great, okay. Mr. Miller, anything we need to discuss?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just ask if the court could caution, everyone here that once a witness is sworn in, investigators, attorney, no one should be having a conversation with that witness while they're actively on the stand.
Okay,
That happens while we were in the back having questionnaires. And then we saw a different demeanor, from the mother when we returned from that questionnaire, but it is very improper for a witness that's been sworn in to have, members of the prosecution talking to her.
so I agree with you if it's substantive. I was out in the hallway with you, so I don't know what happened, but if it is, are you doing okay? Can I bring you water? That kind of thing. I'm not gonna prohibit that from happening, but you're exactly right. If it's anything about testimony, what you need to say, how to handle things, that would be very inappropriate and should be brought to my attention. I did notice the change of demeanor as well, but this was a very difficult topic, and there are lots of things that were at play during both direct and cross-examination. But it's a point well taken, and you flagged a related concern before we started the trial, and it's important that the members of the viewing audience maintain decorum and not interact in problematic ways outside the courtroom either. So I appreciate you sharing that. Anything else? Okay, let's bring the jurors in.
Round for the jury. Jury President, count for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. So what did we try for lunch? Where are their tacos? Oh, the Fuda.
Yes.
Okay, and? Okay, well, they're not here every day. Fuda is here every day. It won't be tacos every day, so there'll be a little variety. I'm glad that worked. Anyone venture out of the building?
Yes.
Where'd we go? American Deli, brave. No, like I said, everyone that survived. There's a nice but kind of expensive Thai restaurant further up Mitchell called Tide Tate. If you want to really get out there. And if only this trial were during the World Cup, they claim there are going to be 20 restaurants on Mitchell, but they're not here yet. We'll see. But Fuda is, especially with weather like this, a great option. We remain in the midst of the state's presentation. They're going to call their next witness. We'll take an afternoon break in a couple hours-ish, depending on the flow of witnesses, or anytime you need to break. You get a medium grade about rotating seats, but keep rotating around, all right? Okay, all right. Mr. Rao, call the state's next witness, please.
Mr. State calls Lieutenant Logan Gass.
With me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you give, you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Really, I see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Logan Gass, Logan, last name Gass, Gass.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Gass.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind telling the jurors where you're currently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Georgia State Patrol,
How long have you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
since 2010.
And can you describe your career path with the GSP from 2010 up until now?
Yes, sir. I began as a dispatcher in Atlanta in 2010. Went to trooper school in 2011. Then I was a trooper on the road for a little over 4 years in Northwest Georgia. I was promoted several times and worked at several different posts, including in Rome, in Marietta, and in Atlanta.
And have you been part of any task forces throughout the time you're throughout your tenure at GSP?
Yes, sir. I was the post commander over the Nighthawks, which is the DUI task force in Atlanta.
Okay. And at what point in time were you the post commander for the Nighthawks?
From October of 2020 until I believe it was June of 22.
And what do the Nighthawks do?
Our primary goal was just DUI enforcement, apprehending impaired drivers, getting them off the road.
And would you mind describing to the jury what a post commander is?
I was a post commander, a unit commander. My rank was sergeant first class. I just oversaw the operations of that unit. I was the lead supervisor on the unit.
Did you have other troopers under your command?
I did.
And amongst those troopers were they Chadwick Clark, Trooper First Class Gannell, and Trooper First Class Buffington?
Yes, sir. Those were 3 of my troopers.
So at the time of April 2021, what was your rank?
Sergeant first class.
And as a sergeant first class, were you did you mainly stay at the post and or were you out on the street in your vehicle?
No, there was times where I had administrative work, paperwork I had to do, but for the most part, I tried to stay out on the road with them during the night.
And when you're operating your motor vehicle, is there specific equipment that's attached to those particular vehicles that you use throughout the course of your job function?
I mean, of course, blue lights and siren, like most every patrol car. And then ours were equipped with dash mounted cameras that, most of the time we conducted field sobriety, unless there was a specific reason we couldn't, we conducted all that in front of the patrol car so that it was video recorded.
Are each, let me ask you this. At the time of April 2021, did the Georgia State Patrol outfit troopers with body cam?
There were a few units that did based on their specific responsibilities, but the primary post around the state and then the Nighthawks task force, we did not have body worn cameras.
Did you or any of the individuals I mentioned under your command have, were they outfitted with body cameras?
No, sir. Each one had a dash mounted camera in their patrol car, but not a body camera.
Now, in your time with the Georgia State Patrol, have you ever had the opportunity to respond to motor vehicle collisions and traffic accidents?
Yes.
Do you have a number off the top of your head?
I don't. Hundreds. I mean, that's traffic enforcement and crash investigations is, one of the primary responsibilities of the Georgia State Patrol. So for years and years, that's what I've done.
Amongst the motor vehicle collisions that you've had to respond to, how many would you say occurred serious bodily injuries by individuals inside these?
Really couldn't put a number to that either. I mean, it's numerous.
Now, when responding to a scene involving a motor vehicle collision, specifically those that involve serious bodily injuries to the occupants inside the vehicle, what is the standard operating protocol that you all follow in response to a scene like that?
Oftentimes, not in every single case, but oftentimes we'll request our SCIRT team, which is our specialized collision reconstruction team. Especially if it's, if it's a single vehicle crash involving one occupant and they're deceased, there's no one to prosecute, we won't call them. But for any case that we need further investigation on, they'll come help us. They've got, most of them are accident reconstructionists. They've been through extensive training and they have, specialized tools and things that they can put to use that the general trooper on the road does not.
The situation where you would probably call the SCIRT team to respond to the scene is the main function of the troopers that respond to the scene, essentially to maintain the integrity of the scene.
You're referring to the troopers prior to the trooper from the accident reconstruction team getting
Yes,
there? Yes. Yeah, well, of course, if you have those that are injured that you can help, then that comes first. But yeah, and securing the integrity of the scene so that it's, as intact as possible for them when they get there to investigate. That's what we'll try to do.
I'd like to draw your attention to the morning hours of April 9th, 2021. Did you respond to a motor vehicle collision at the location by the exit of Lenox Road off of Georgia 400?
I did.
And prior to getting onto that scene, what were you doing out on patrol?
I've been out patrolling, looking for impaired drivers. I had actually made a DUI arrest. And about the time the pursuit had began, I was starting towards I had somebody in the back of my car. I was on the way to Atlanta pre-trial.
The pursuit that you're referencing, is that what called your attention to respond to the specific location that I just previously mentioned?
Yes, sir.
What drew your attention, or how did you hear about the pursuit?
It was broadcast over Troop C radio, just our general in-car radio that we all listen to.
And at the time, you indicated that you had actually apprehended a suspect in the DUI.
I had completely unrelated to the crash.
And did you respond to assist the trooper who was pursuing the individual driving that motor vehicle?
Initially, I did not.
What was the reason for not doing so?
I had somebody in the back of my car. We have other troopers that can respond to assist, and we have somebody that's, we have under arrest in our car. It's not safe for us to be involved in a pursuit that could endanger them.
At what point in time did that change for you in terms of responding to that pursuit?
As far as responding to the actual pursuit, I never responded to the pursuit to assist. But the pursuit exited off of 400 onto Lenox Road, and then the car crashed. So once Trooper Clark, he was not far behind the vehicle, began giving details over the radio of the crash and how catastrophic it was, and if there was injuries and multiple occupants, then I responded to the scene to assist with that.
Did you make it to the jail or wherever it is you were intending to transport your suspect, or did you?
I did not. I wasn't too far, a few miles from where the crash happened at. So I went there, and then another one of my troopers came to assist, and he actually took the suspect that I had in the back of my car. He transported them to the jail and finished the booking process for me.
When you arrived on scene, would you mind describing to the jury what you first observed when arriving on scene?
It's a pretty major intersection. The exit ramps were 400 north and south exit onto Lenox Road. I don't recall the exact number of lanes right off the top of my head, but there's multiple lanes, major intersection, and there's a vehicle overturned in the roadway, and just catastrophic damage. I mean, from when you pull up and you look at the car, you couldn't even tell what kind of car it was.
Subsequent to your response to the scene, did you author or illustrate a sort of rough approximation of the crash site?
I did.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes, states 134 and 139. Would you mind taking a look at those two exhibits and letting me know when you're finished?
Yes, sir. 134 is an aerial photograph taken of the crash scene in the overturned vehicle. And then 139 is the diagram that I drew of the crash scene. It's not to scale. In fact, it says on the crash diagram that it's not to scale. In these type of investigations, where our skirt team is assisting us. I'll draw the intersection and then put the final rest of the vehicle. And they'll actually do a more in-depth report that covers, the vehicle's movements throughout the crash.
As it relates to states 134, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the crash site that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to states 139, is that a true and correct copy of the sketch that you authored as it relates to the crash?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move states 134 and 139 into evidence.
139 is the sketch, 134 is the photo?
Yes.
Okay, this is Mr. Miller, any objection?
Go ahead.
They're both admitted.
I know the exhibit sticker is upside down. Is this I guess an accurate depiction of the overview of the crash site similar to states 139?
Yes, sir.
As I zoom into states 134, is this the crash site as you, I understand it's an overhead view of the crash site, but is this the crash site that you responded to on morning hours of April 9th, 2021?
It is.
And after getting out of your vehicle, what was the first thing that you remember doing?
I went to the vehicle. I don't remember exactly in which order things took place, but I know I went to that vehicle. There was one of the occupants was trapped under the weight of the vehicle, still partially inside. There was another occupant trapped in the rear passenger compartment area of the vehicle. And then at some point, my attention was alerted to a third occupant that had been ejected from the vehicle. And then I went over to check on them as well.
As it relates to the occupants inside the vehicle, did you observe anything about those particular, either of those two individuals? Were any of them breathing or conscious to your recollection?
They were, both were. The one that was partially ejected from the front of the vehicle was pinned out of the passenger front window with his legs towards the driver compartment of the vehicle. Couldn't move, pinned under the vehicle. He was still alive. The one in the back seat, he was trapped in the back of the vehicle. And I got down on my hands and knees at some point. Couldn't crawl into it, but I could see into it somewhat. And he was breathing, but he was unconscious and just very labored breathing. Couldn't get to him to do anything to help him.
Was that because of the how the car was?
Right. Like I said, it was catastrophic damage. It's on its top. It's crushed. There was just no way to get to him and no way to get him out at that time.
In a situation like that, do you call EMS or the fire department to assist in extraction?
They were dispatched immediately as soon as the crash happened. So EMS and fire and rescue were on the way.
As it relates to the third individual that you indicated that had been ejected out of the vehicle, what was your response to that individual?
When I got to him, he was still alive, but he was, of course, unconscious, just agonal breathing, if you're familiar with that. I mean, it was just, his injuries were severe. I had, at one point, his arm was across his, I believe it was his right arm that was across his throat. And when I went to move his arm, try to, clear his airway, didn't have anything across his throat. He was just, I mean, his injuries were, he was just really broken up. He passed away shortly thereafter, and his injuries were such that if you had an emergency room trauma team right there when the crash happened, I don't think it would have made a difference.
He appeared to be deceased to you?
Yes, he was.
Situation like that, when you are responding to a scene like that, is it typical for you to call you or one of your fellow troopers to call in the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, at some point, not immediately, but yeah.
And ultimately, is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
And, as a result of the vehicle, being in the condition that it was in, and, did you call the script team to come in to respond, to
We did.
investigate? As a supervisor, you were supervising pursuing officer, Trooper Clark, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of that supervision, is it typical in a situation like this to review the dash camera footage of Trooper Clark's vehicle?
Yeah, I reviewed every pursuit we ever had while I was on the unit. I would review the videos after.
It's a bit of a technical question, but the incident location, Lenox Road off of Georgia 400, is that within the jurisdiction of Fulton County?
It is.
Thank you, Lieutenant Gass. I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Mr. Miller, questions for Lieutenant Gass?
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. All right, Lieutenant Gass, the drawing that you did, you actually did, write a narrative for a police report for this, correct?
I did.
In it, you discussed the, how fast the car was going on, 400, is that correct?
Yeah, I put that it was traveling at a high rate of speed, on 400 North. Yes, sir.
All right, you also stated that it exited onto Lenox Road, as well, correct?
Yes.
You stated that it attempted to make a left in front of a box truck as well, correct?
I know that I put that it attempted to make a left turn. I don't remember the box truck. Let me refer to it.
Okay, and
Give me just a minute to look at that. I've got that it skidded through the intersection. I don't have any mention of a box truck.
okay, all of this was, you did not personally observe, is that correct?
On the video after the fact, I did, but not in real time.
Okay, and so, you don't know what speed that vehicle was initially clocked at, do you?
I don't.
You did not personally observe, that vehicle speeding, correct?
Not in real time.
All right, there's testimony.
When you say not in real time, meaning you've reviewed some video, but,
I watched the video after it, but I was not there when it happened.
okay.
When's the last time you watched that video?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Was it back in 2021?
May have been.
So you don't know what lane that vehicle was in when it was speeding, correct?
At what point?
Excuse me?
At what point?
When it was initially clocked.
I don't know.
And then when it got off the exit ramp, you can't tell the jury which lane that vehicle was in either, can you?
I don't recall, no, sir.
All right, you can't tell this jury how many times that car flipped over, can you?
Not.
And this is all because you didn't personally observe anything. This is all, was reported to you, correct?
Yes.
All right, you stated that passenger three was ejected. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, are you able to identify passenger three as we sit here today?
No, sir. I couldn't look at any of the three that were in the vehicle right now and be able to tell you who they are.
Okay, so, the one that you said was passenger two that was trapped inside, you wouldn't be able to ID him either, right?
Not just by looking at him, no.
All right. What information did you use to ID the driver for your report?
It was all part of our investigation and consultation with the accident reconstruction team and my Trooper Clark, who was pursuing the vehicle.
All right, your report was completed the morning of the collision. Are you saying that you did all of this in collaboration with Skirt at another time and then completed the report?
No, we spoke with them that morning, and then Trooper Clark actually followed up at the hospital that morning.
Saying Trooper Clark went to the hospital that morning?
Yes, sir.
What time?
I believe so, yes.
What time?
I don't remember.
How do you know he went to the hospital that morning?
He left the scene and went there is my recollection of it.
Was it immediately afterwards?
I don't recall.
But once he left the scene, he went to the hospital.
That's my recollection of it.
All right.
Either that day or either that morning or the following evening.
When it comes to writing a report, I saw in your report that there are several notes. Is there like a class that you all take for writing police reports?
It's covered in field training, a specific class for it. I don't know that I have had a specific class for it. No.
All right. And your notes are chronological in your report. Is that typically how these notes are supposed to be written?
I don't always have notes listed in there like I do with this one. These were just, the severity of this particular incident. It was just things that I felt were pertinent to put in there.
All right. But you put those in at a later time, correct?
I think they were best I remember, they were put in there with when the rest of the report was completed.
All right. So you complete a report and then you start adding notes to the end of that part?
The notes that you're referring to are part of the narrative section. So they're just footnotes that I put in there that they weren't added after the fact.
All right. And they're put in there in chronological order. Is that correct?
Hang on, just let me look at them. Well, not all of them are actually, the first couple, the first one while he was fleeing and prior to the crash, driver one turned off vehicle one's headlights and taillights. That one is in chronological order with the next one, which says after vehicle one traveled through the intersection. It just indicates that the traffic light at Lennox Road was red. The next one it just puts that my diagram depicts final rest of vehicle one. It's not really it's not part of the sequence of events.
I guess what I mean is the ones that are following that sequence of events are all listed in chronological order, correct?
Not necessarily, no. Like I said, they're just referencing different parts of the investigation or different things that I thought were pertinent. They're not referencing the specific events as they happened in chronological order.
Okay. How long do you go to school to be a trooper?
The initial trooper school is 7 months, I believe.
All right. Part of that 7 months, you must complete what is a policy manual class. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And once you've
But
completed,
you review, I don't know if there was a specific class for it, but you review policy throughout the class.
all right. And there's an expectation that you all follow those policies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Once you've completed that, isn't there something you got to sign to acknowledge that you've completed that, correct?
You do.
If there's been updates to that policy manual, then you all are given that policy manual and then sign for it at that point.
Yeah, it's done electronically now, but yes.
All right. When you're at the scene, when you're initially at the scene, were you the highest commanding officer there?
Yes.
All right. As far as Trooper Clark goes, would he have been the investigating officer, just the initial? What would his role have been?
He assisted in the investigation. It was primarily his case. He was the pursuing trooper. I completed the crash investigation, just the normal. So when we investigate one of these crashes, it involves serious injury or a fatality. One of the troopers on scene that work at whatever unit or post that is will complete a general crash report, just like if you're involved in a fender bender crash when you leave here. It has general information listed on it. And then the in-depth investigation, there is another report and case file that's compiled by the trooper from the skirt team that comes to assist. So what I did was the general crash report, initial report.
According to your policy manual, well, let's do this. There was a weapon that was found, correct?
I believe so, but I don't recall the specifics about it.
All right. And you were over the scene at that point, correct?
I completed the initial crash report. I was the supervisor on the scene. Are you referring to evidence collected at the scene?
That's correct.
Then no, the investigating trooper that would be handling charges That would be Trooper Clark.
All right, so Trooper Clark would have been in charge of collecting any evidence that would have been at the scene, correct?
As the initial trooper, I mean, parts of it could be, but then you have all kinds of evidence that's involved in this crash that would have been pertinent to the skirt trooper's investigation. So it's a collaborative effort.
All right, now that weapon being found would have been evidence that should have been collected, correct?
Yes, it would have been.
All right, and because that weapon was found, you all are required to do a GCIC and CIC check on that weapon, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, to your knowledge, that was not done, was it?
I don't know. I don't know the specifics of who collected the firearm or did checks. I'm not familiar with that.
All right, whose job is it to collect blood samples at the scene?
No, we wouldn't collect blood samples at the scene generally.
All right, if you have blood at a scene and it's in various places, no one's going to collect that blood?
Oh, you're talking about not from an individual, but actual blood inside a vehicle, on the roadway, something like that?
Evidentiary blood.
Any blood that was in, generally, and you would have to ask the trooper that does the skirt investigations. They may have, various ways that they can do it, but if it's inside of a vehicle, I know from experience that they do a follow-up analysis of the vehicle after the fact, after it's been removed from the scene.
All right, you're talking about the skirt team, correct?
Yes.
All right, so if there was blood and it would have been of some evidentiary value, the skirt team should have collected those blood samples, is that correct?
Yes, they would have been likely the ones to do that.
All right, and then they would have sent it over to GBI for it to get tested, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jury what an inventory sheet is?
It's an inventory of all the items that were inside the vehicle.
All right, and who's supposed to put that inventory sheet together?
If in a, run-of-the-mill stop or arrest, or a crash, it would be the initial trooper, the one that's initiated the traffic stop. But in a case like that, with many people assisting and there's many moving parts and many things to be done, there could be any number of troopers who would complete it.
All right, but there should be an inventory sheet completed, correct?
There would be a tow sheet, in a case like this where there's damage to the vehicle the way there is. It may not have a detailed list of everything that was in the vehicle.
All right, now a tow sheet is something that would be completed and then given over to the record. Is that complete? Is that correct?
There's several copies of it. One of the copies will be given to the record driver, yes.
All right, and part of the importance of a tow sheet is that there's a bubble on there that would acknowledge that you need a hold placed on that vehicle. Is that correct?
There is a place for that, yes.
All right, the purpose of a hold is so that no one can go in or out of that vehicle until it's been released by the skirt team. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's not something that would have to necessarily be marked on that tow sheet. That could be something that could be relayed by word of mouth from one of the investigating troopers to the tow truck driver.
All right, and so are you saying that you as a supervisor on the scene, it was not your job to make sure a hold was placed on that vehicle?
One of us would have.
What do you mean? Who's us?
Any of the troopers that were on the scene.
Do you know if one was done?
I don't. I would assume there was, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of it.
All right, you're the supervisor over everyone that was at that scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we've covered that a bunch of times. He's the supervisor.
Okay. And you've reviewed this entire file, correct?
No, I couldn't say that I've reviewed the entire file. I did my portion of it and I reviewed the pursuit.
All right. But from what you've seen, you've not seen that tow or that hold?
I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head. No, it's not something that I would generally go back and look for.
All right. Are you all trained to do interviews?
I have been through classes personally on how to do them, not with the state patrol. And our troopers on the skirt team, I believe they go through maybe some training that covers that as well. But
when it comes to an interview, would you say a member of the skirt team is more equipped to do that or a trooper?
Sometimes they'll do it together. Sometimes they'll send trooper to do it. Sometimes they'll do it. There's not a specific person that's assigned that role.
No, this is the question. Who is more equipped to do an interview? Would it be a member from the skirt team or a trooper?
That would be a subjective thing for me to assume based on who the trooper is. there could be different situations where different people would be better equipped.
As part of an interview, any interviews done by a member of Georgia State Patrol should be documented properly. Is that correct?
If they're pertinent to the case, they should be documented, yes.
Okay, and documented correctly according to your policy manual. That could mean a signed statement. Is that correct?
It could be,
It could also mean audio recording. Is that also correct?
it could be,
It could also mean a video recording. Is that also correct?
could be. Those things are not always possible in certain situations.
In a situation where when you believe that you are interviewing someone that is a suspect, you believe that Miranda rights should be read to that person, correct?
It would, again, I'd be making assumptions based on a general question. I mean, a case by case basis of what and when. I couldn't say just for a general answer to every question.
So let's do it this way. If it's an interrogation going on, and that interrogation is likely to elicit incriminating response, person should be read Miranda prior, correct?
Object, that's a misstatement of law.
We also don't have a lawyer on the stand, so you're free to argue what you want, but I don't think this is the right witness to answer a question about what the constitutional requirements are for.
I could lay a better foundation.
Okay.
Part of the policies and procedures for Georgia State Patrol, an interrogation is listed, an interrogation where the member of Georgia State Patrol should know it is reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response, are generally considered a custodial questioning,
I mean,
according to your policy.
you can receive incriminating responses from any number of questions, but not necessarily if they're read Miranda beforehand, or if you know for a fact that they're the suspect of a crime. You would have to ask the trooper that was involved in those things. I couldn't answer a question based on what he knew at the time or what he assumed, or I don't know.
Yeah, speaking generally, not any specific, but if you're going to get a question from somebody that's going to possibly elicit an incriminating response, you would, according to your policy manual, that is an interrogation of that individual, correct?
No, sir, not necessarily. I mean, I have completed hundreds and hundreds of DUI investigations and other investigations where I suspected, based on what I could see, that somebody was impaired or had committed another crime, but just talking to them on the side of the road and asking them a question, no, I wouldn't read them Miranda rights before that. Once they have been placed under arrest, then that would be appropriate.
All right, according to your policies and procedures, an interview or interrogation should be conducted in a manner that avoids obtaining a coerced or involuntary confession. Is that correct?
Ask that again, please.
Yeah, according to your policies and procedures, an interview and interrogation should be conducted in a manner that avoids obtaining a coerced or involuntary confession or admission. Is that correct?
We should not coerce.
Yes.
I'm sure, I mean, if you're reading that from the policy manual, then I'll accept it, but.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Rao, do you have any follow-up with Lieutenant Gass?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Gass, I first want to reference the report that was mentioned during cross-examination by the defense.
Yes, sir.
The report was finalized on April 19th, 2021, when it was checked by a J.L. Hensley. Is that correct?
No, he did the approval. Let me see if I can find the date exactly when he approved it.
I think it's at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, so, April 19th.
That would have been when the finalized draft of this report would have been.
Yes, sir. So roughly 10 days after the crash.
And this would have included you reviewing the body camera footage and relaying the, or not body camera, but that's Trooper Clark's dash cam footage and your actual observations of the scene as you observed it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to some of the policies and procedures, first, I guess since it was just mentioned, with respect to Miranda, that's read after you take someone into custody, place them in handcuffs, and then ask them questions that could potentially elicit incriminating responses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, did that occur at any point in time in your review of this case file?
No, sir.
So, and again, with respect to policies and procedures, as a member of the Nighthawks, when attempting to pull over a vehicle that is speeding in the manner that you observed it on Trooper Clark's dash camera footage, what are some of the options that you all are trained to do in order to perform, in order to get that vehicle to stop?
We're trained in pit maneuvers, precision immobilization techniques. Basically, we'd make contact with the left or one of the rear corners of the vehicle using the front corner push bumper of your car to cause the vehicle to rotate, lose control, in the crash before something serious like this or before they strike another vehicle.
Did, in your estimation, based on your review of Trooper Clark's dash camera footage, did he attempt to do that maneuver on the vehicle that he was pursuing?
No, sir, and I don't think he ever had the opportunity to with the speed of this crash, the speed of the fleeing car. There was no opportunity to do that.
And as it relates to the distance between Trooper Clark's vehicle and the vehicle that he was pursuing, was Trooper Clark from your, and we will eventually see the dash camera footage, but from your testimony to right now, and based on your review of the dash camera footage, was Trooper Clark's vehicle like right behind the vehicle he was pursuing, or did it maintain an amount of distance between?
It was within sight, but it wasn't right behind it.
Now, as it relates to your response to the scene, since April 9th, 2021, to this date, how many motor vehicle collisions involving serious bodily injuries would you say you responded to in that time?
A few. It's April 21, so I was on the Nighthawks for another year, so quite a few. Again, I couldn't put a number to it, but
A lot. Would that be a fair statement?
yes, sir.
Okay. And is it tough to remember faces in situations where you are responding to a lot of these motor vehicle collisions?
Yes, sir.
So with it, do you remember the faces of any of the individuals that you observed, either the two individuals inside the car or the third individual that was ejected?
No, sir. I've seen pictures since then, but no, I couldn't look at them and tell you who they are.
From the time that you responded and from what you observed on Trooper Clark's dash camera footage, did any of the individuals in the positions that you testified observing them in, did they move from those positions at all until they were actually extracted by Atlanta Fire Department?
No, sir, they couldn't.
I have no further questions for the witness.
Mr. Miller, any recross?
The individual you said was in the back, how were they positioned in the back?
I remember his exact position. The car was upside down, so he had to be on its roof, but he was in that back passenger compartment of the vehicle. Just so the vehicle was crushed. He was trapped. You couldn't get to him. He couldn't get out.
How was his body position?
I don't recall.
Would you describe it as being crunched up?
It was tight. Yeah, it was a tight space at that point. So he was trapped. I mean, again, there was no way to move.
Thank you.
Jurors, if you have any questions, Deputy Gordon's coming by once. Unless you're writing right now, let me know you're working on your questions. You're working on your questions. Okay, we'll wait for that, juror. Good. Thanks. You don't have to fold your card up. That's okay. We're not gonna. All right, counsel, you would come on up.
Right here, so.
Lieutenant,
Sure.
tell the jurors what Miranda rights are.
It's the rights that you see probably on a lot of TV shows. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements.
Pretty good from memory. A plus. The equipment that troopers use to determine the speed of a car traveling ahead of them, is it frequently tested and recalibrated? Or it's installed once and fingers crossed it works 4 years later?
There's different ways to do it. Kind of the old school way to do it is you can measure skid marks and determine drag factors of the road. Basically the resistance the tires are, overcoming on the road.
I'm going to interrupt you, and I know that I tell the lawyers not to do that, but I didn't ask the question well. There's been testimony that Trooper Clark clocked this car going a certain speed, And he maybe just did that,
Right.
lick my finger and hold my finger out the window. He may have used some equipment.
Right.
And that equipment said, that car is going fast.
So the
My
radar,
question was, whatever that equipment is, you can tell the jury what it's called.
yes,
Does it get tested or recalibrated from time to time, or it's installed in the car and we hope it doesn't, because he hits a bump,
Yes.
it's still accurate?
It would have been a radar, I believe, that he used. Even the LiDARs are checked too, but those are checked yearly. There's a company that comes in that performs the check on those, make sure they're still within the tolerances. And then we complete daily checks of them at the beginning, at the end of each shift, operational checks to make sure that everything's still functioning properly. If there's something that's not, they do an internal test as well. There's basically a test button you put, it runs through it. You check it versus the speed of your vehicle. And then those are logged. And any kind of inconsistencies or anything that you notice are wrong, that piece of equipment is sent off to the company to be evaluated or refurbished or fixed, whatever the case may be.
From your experience, how long does a typical skirt investigation take before the skirt person can say, here's my final report?
It varies on a case-by-case basis. Their investigation gets very in-depth. Like I was getting into a minute ago, as far as figuring out speeds based on if all they had was skid marks. Some of these vehicles they can complete downloads of. There was one that I was looking at the other day that was several months into it. So there's no set time on each one. It's just kind of a case-by-case thing.
Are you able to tell from recollection or reviewing your report how long the skirt investigation lasted or took in this case?
I don't on this one. That trooper could tell you for sure. I can tell you the initial report that I did, we had done within 10 days. I know for a fact that his skirt investigation wasn't complete that soon, but I don't know when he finally completed it.
We need to hear from him or her to get that answer. Okay. Can you describe again for the jury what you saw in terms of the car, where it was, et cetera, when you first arrived on the scene?
So if I remember correctly, I came from the Piedmont Road area. I had a car that I had stopped was on Peachtree Road. So I went Peachtree to Piedmont to Lenox. So
Can you put the photo back up? I think it's 34, please.
I would have come in from the west side.
And you can, the screen in front of you, not that one, but this one, if you'll hit stay muted. And then if you touch that pen icon in the lower left-hand corner, all the way down. Now your finger, this picture will be up in a minute, is like a pen, so you can indicate, should be up there now. If that helps you describe where you were coming from.
So this is actually the 400 South ramp to Lenox Road. Where he came from would have been down this area. I am. I can stand up and pull in if that's okay.
Hold on, it's not popping up. We'll have to figure out why that is.
Our screen.
Can I stand up?
Yes, please, you're gonna need to because it's not, it's showing up just on that screen.
Okay.
More technical issues.
This would be the 400 southbound exit ramp to Lenox Road. This is Lenox Road here. So the 400 northbound ramp would have been down this area. So north, south, I came from the west side, so I would have come this direction. And stopped somewhere in these lanes. That's where I would approach from. The pursuit would actually come from a northbound direction.
And share with the jury your best recollection of where the three bodies were.
There was one trapped under, he's still inside the vehicle, but under the weight of the vehicle in the front passenger compartment of the vehicle. His legs were towards the driver compartment, and he had actually been partially ejected out the passenger window, front passenger window. The second occupant was trapped in the rear passenger area of the vehicle, back seat area. Couldn't get to him. And then the third, can we put that video or the?
Can you put the picture up again?
He had been ejected, so we didn't see him as soon as it happened. I'll show you when that picture comes back up. There was another trooper that arrived on the scene that actually observed him.
while that's being put up, the person in the rear passenger compartment of the car was fully in the car, in contrast to the person in the front who you said was partially ejected?
Correct.
Okay.
He was fully in the car. The one that partially ejected, it was his upper body that was outside of the vehicle.
Okay. How are we doing with that still photo?
Got kicked off the Wi-Fi. so-
Okay.
And our screen's not working.
What's on your screen?
You,
Well, that's a blessed screen. I call that a highly functioning screen. Let me reconnect you. I apologize. You're stuck looking at that. Yeesh. Not the same picture?
Yeah.
It can be rotated.
Mr. Abate, the very first thing he told you in his opening statement, here it is, these guys and technology, yeesh.
This isn't right. This is.
Mr. Miller, what's on your screen now?
we see gas.
Okay, good. That's what you should see.
Should come out.
All right, there it is, upside down 134. Are you able to demonstrate there where the third body was found?
He was, this may actually be the body back there, I'm not certain, but he was right here in this area. The wall that the car hit was this wall here. I hit in this area somewhere, and that's where he was located.
Okay. Were you able to determine from your review of the car, and where the third body was found outside the car, where in the car that body exited? If that question makes sense, like through the windshield, through the back window?
I don't recall, no, sir. I don't think I ever made that conclusion on my own. That would have been left to the skirt team.
Okay. Mr. Rao, do you have any other questions for Lieutenant Gass based on what we just discussed?
No.
Mr. Miller?
Okay.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you for your time.
Thank
You're good to go. You should leave the exhibits there, take your documents.
Sure, thank you.
State's next witness,
State calls Trooper First Class Jordan Buffington.
Buffington.
Just a case. Oh.
Thank you, raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Swear that I speak, you can say it's good and that is on record.
Trooper First Class 3, Jordan Buffington, JordanBuffington.
Good afternoon, Trooper Buffington. How are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
Would you mind telling the jurors where you're currently employed?
Georgia State Patrol,
How long have you been with GSP?
2017.
Since 2017?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what you've been doing with GSP between 2017 up until this year?
So I worked at Post and Cumming, Gainesville, Nighthawks DUI Task Force, Gwinnett Field Post, and then I'm currently on our Dignitary Protection Unit.
Who do you protect?
Speaker of the House, sir.
What's going on with him right now?
He's got another guy with him.
Okay.
How long have you been doing that, sir?
The speaker
Yes.
detail, a little over a year now.
Previous to that, were you with the Nighthawks?
Yes, sir.
And in April of 2021, were you assigned to the Nighthawks?
Yes.
And what was your area of operations in terms of patrolling the areas?
We patrolled all metro Atlanta in general. I mean, all metro counties.
Would that include the interstates like 75,
Yeah.
400, 285?
Yeah, interstate, side roads, everything.
Gotcha. So I'd like to turn your attention to the morning hours of April 9th, 2021, at approximately 3 a.m. Were you on duty with the Nighthawks at the time?
I was.
And what time did your shift start?
At the time, I'm not sure. At one point, we started at 9 p.m. and got off at 5. At that time, I'm not sure. We changed and swapped over to 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. at some point. Not sure when we
When that
did that.
happened.
Yeah.
But at least around the morning hours of 3 a.m., you likely would have been on duty.
Yes.
Do you remember responding to the location of the exit off Lenox Road off of the Georgia 400 on April 9th, 2021?
I did.
What was the reason you responded to that location?
So another trooper had said on the radio that he was trying to stop a car. Shortly thereafter, he said the car had crashed on Lenox Road. So I was in the area, so I went to the scene.
And at the time, were you operating your motor vehicle?
I was.
And was that motor vehicle, did that have dash camera footage?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 135, which is a flash drive. Did you have an opportunity to review the video file that's on states 135?
Yes.
And what is the video file on states 135?
That's from the dash cam of my patrol car.
You had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that transpired responding to the scene of the motor vehicle collision on April 9th, 2021?
Yes.
All right, this time say would seek to admit states 135 into evidence.
Ms. Burke? No objection. It's admitted.
Were you made aware of the pursuit that was transpiring, or did you simply know to respond to this?
It happened, to be honest with you, it happened so quick. I don't remember if there was a pursuit actually called out over the radio or what. By the radio traffic, it sounded like a pursuit, but it was very, very quick. Like I said before, the trooper was calling the traffic stop out, trying to say he was trying to stop a vehicle. Obviously, we all worked together, so we kind of put 2 and 2 together. It sounded like the car was running. Shortly thereafter, it crashed. So, assuming it was a pursuit, yes. I don't remember if I actually heard him call the pursuit out or not.
Gotcha. But ultimately, you did respond to that location.
Yes, I did.
What was the first thing that you remember doing?
If I remember right, I got out of the car. When I pulled up, the vehicle was flipped upside down on the roof. If anybody's familiar with Lenox Road area, so the front of the car was facing southbound on top of the ramp. So it was on Lenox, 400s below, cars facing southbound on its roof. Smoke was coming out of it. Trooper Clark and Trooper Gannell was taking a fire extinguisher and trying to extinguish the smoke, and didn't see any visible flames, but obviously there was something on fire.
It's not showing on us. Just keep asking questions.
What were you doing prior to responding to that scene? Were you just on patrol? Were you in the midst of traffic stop?
I was just patrolling. I think I was somewhere in the area of northbound 85, where 400, you take the exit ramp for 400 northbound.
Do you remember how long it took for you to get to the incident location once you made your way towards the incident location?
I would say within a minute or 2 tops. Could have been a little bit quicker.
Gotcha. And with respect to the other troopers on scene? Was it just at that point in time that you arrived, was it just Trooper Ganell and Trooper Clark that you could observe, or were there other individuals?
It was just those two that I remember.
And what were they doing from your recollection when you first responded to the scene?
They were trying to extinguish any flames or anything with a fire extinguisher.
In a situation where there's a motor vehicle collision, in your time with the Nighthawks or GSP in general, how many motor vehicle collisions would you say you've responded to?
I don't think I could put a number on it. A lot.
In a situation where a vehicle is on fire with occupants potentially inside, what are you trained to do in that instance?
To put the fire out if possible.
And what is the purpose of that?
If anybody's hurt inside, to obviously keep them from the car getting engulfed, and anybody trapped inside is going to catch on fire. So to preserve anybody inside, plus if, the car catches on fire, it's going to eventually probably blow up.
And that's based on your knowledge, training, and experience?
Yes.
So in a situation where a motor vehicle is on fire, would that be the first thing that the trooper would do is to put out that fire?
Yes.
But when you arrived on scene, is that what you observed Trooper Clark and Trooper Ganell doing?
Yes.
Did you assist in that endeavor?
I grabbed the fire extinguisher out of the back of my car. I think by the time I actually got up there, they had extinguished anything that was ablaze, so I didn't utilize my fire extinguisher. A lot of times on these car fires, they'll go out, seconds later, they come back up. So saving my fire extinguisher kind of in case anything blazed back up. But at the time I got up there, they'd extinguished all the flames.
Did you observe any individuals inside the vehicle?
Yeah, there was one individual in the back. He was kind of crumpled up in the back passenger compartment. There was one individual, his head would have been laying towards passenger side, crossways. Feet was down like in the driver's compartment, so laying long ways, feet in driver's compartment, head on passenger side.
Did you attempt to make communication with him, talk to him, or the other individual?
I did not.
From what you could observe with your own two eyes, did it appear that the individual in the front compartment with his feet pinned towards the driver side and his head outside the passenger, was he able to move or get himself out of the vehicle?
No.
What gave you that impression?
Not to get graphic, but the individual that was positioned in the front with his head on the passenger side, he had hot motor oil running on him. So I feel like if he could have got free, he would have got out of there.
And as far as the individual in the rear, how would you describe, from what you could see with your own two eyes, where he was positioned in the back of the car?
In my own words, he's kind of crumpled up in the middle, kind of like a pretzel almost, is kind of my best explanation. He was kind of jumbled up in the trap. That car had a lot of crush and different things, not getting into all that, but he was kind of positioned within the crush, kind of in the middle of the back.
Did he appear to be conscious in your eyes?
I don't know if I really remember him being conscious. The only one I definitely remember being conscious is the one in the front.
Based on your observations and perceptions, what you saw and how the individual in the back was positioned, if he was conscious, did it appear like he could move out based on what you could see?
No.
Now, so
Those have no signal.
Just the top one or both?
those.
Rats. Hold on.
I attempt to publish it via the Zoom and see how that works.
Well, it says that the gallery is, what's on it? It just says no signal. I see some blue, no signal.
Check the power of the device.
Well, I can see it's got a blue screen. Oh, now it's artwork. All right, I guess we need to call IT, right as you were ready to press play. Yeah. But let's see, Deputy Gordon sometimes,
Oh, you did it.
deputy by day, IT geek by night. Thank you. And the top one, what's on the top one?
No signal.
No signal?
Black screen is.
Okay. I like how you look at it like a challenge as you walked up. What am I gonna do?
There's no place.
We'll roll with just the big one. I'll reach out to real IT in a second. This doesn't work.
Yep.
So it like reset the source also?
Yes. The fallback to that was in.
Yeah. I think it's sharing this. I have a remote, but it doesn't go to that. I don't know what it goes to.
No, you good. You good too.
To talk to them?
I think you use this remote earlier.
Okay. Well, let's get rolling with that screen and we'll have IT summoned. Thank you.
No wrong.
Well, there's nothing to hear yet. Hadn't started it. Let's give it a try.
So for the record, I'm going to publish states 135. I'm going to fast forward to 1 minute and 37 seconds. Sound isn't working for some reason. Let's move on with it. Trooper Buffington, the direction that you're going, this be 400 northbound?
Yes, sir.
And where you're stopping here, would this be the incident location, the exit off 400 on Lennox Road?
Yes, sir.
The two individuals that you observe on the screen, are you able to identify who those individuals are?
Yeah, the one on the right is Clark and the one on the left is Trooper Ganell.
The second name?
Good now.
Ganell. Thank you.
And do you appear on screen at this point?
Yes, sir.
Is this the condition of the vehicle as you observed it on the morning hours of April 9th, 2021?
Yes.
Now, the individual in the front and the individual in the rear that you previously testified to at any point in time, from the point in time that you responded to the scene to the point in time that you left the scene, did those individuals move in any way, shape, or form without the assistance of the Atlanta Fire Department?
No.
So if our technology was cooperating, would we be able to hear things now?
Yes, sir.
That people are talking or whatever's
Yes,
going
sir.
on?
It's we wear like a microphone on our shoulder, so you'd be able to hear everybody talking.
And that would transmit through the dash cam
Yes, sir.
into this recording.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So while we attempt to see if we can get the sound work, in addition to your observations of the individuals inside the vehicle, is there anything else of note that you observed?
Yeah, I found a passenger that was, well, video went on. He was ejected off to, as y'all were looking at that video, it was off to the right side of the car.
Was that individual able to communicate anything to you, or did that individual appear to be conscious to you in any way, shape, or form? Was there first aid, rendered on that individual or attempted to be rendered?
I did not. I'm not sure if anybody else did or not. I thought possibly Lieutenant. I thought possibly at the time SFC gas did. I don't know if he actually did it or not, but I did not personally know.
Were you present on scene for, when the individuals were, extracted from the vehicle?
I don't think I was because I don't remember it, but like I said, I don't remember it, so I don't think I was. I think I had left and went somewhere else.
Wait, this thing's working now?
Oh, yeah, that was
Did you do that, Deputy Gordon? That's impressive. But it's not on the other big one?
no.
How bizarre.
Let me see if I can rewind, at the 2-minute mark. And press my. So now there doesn't seem to be audio playing.
You gotta mute it.
There we go.
Share screen. Share your screen.
Are there attempts by? Listen responses from you.
Yeah, I think there's at least one more.
And the individual that you previously testified to, that was.
Last one for Atlanta, we got at least 2 occupants. I need to update on EMS.
What?
Yeah, well, we have EMS on the line.
The individual that you previously testified, whose feet were pinned by the driver's, compartment and whose head was out by the passenger side. Do you see that individual on the video?
I don't think you can see it in the video.
Let me see if I can get a better frame.
He's down over there.
Yeah.
Jurors, you need to not talk.
Sorry, I'm on. They're still going now. I'm on line for 3 or 4. This was on the top. I got at least 2 traps. I got 1 ejected.
Hey man, hey, I'm clear.
I'm forward updating.
Hey man, you hear me?
So there was a body that did sort of like a sit-up of sorts. Is that the person you're talking about?
Yes, sir. You can't see it on this little bitty screen.
Okay,
can
you
see it
look
on-
at whatever screen you want. I just,
Yeah, the big screen, you can see it. You can't really see it on.
okay.
Stay with us, okay? Stay with us.
So Trooper Buffington, in situations where you've responded to motor vehicle collisions, such as this, or occupants are trapped inside the vehicle, do you wait for the Atlanta Fire Department or medical personnel, before touching those individuals?
Yes.
What would be the reason for that?
If we try to pull somebody out of that car and something's maybe, for instance, smashed against their leg, if we break them loose or anything like that, it may cause more harm than it would if we just left. Same thing with if somebody gets ejected in a serious injury crash like this, a lot of times I have medical training, but nothing like they do. So most of the time, I'm not going to be able to do anything. I'm going to do more harm than good, so to speak. So we do what we can, but no.
Throughout the course of your time at this scene, did you assist other officer or other troopers in maintaining the scene until fire department, EMT, and the GSB skirt team arrived?
I stayed for a short time and then I had to leave to go somewhere else. I'm not sure exactly. When this happened, we had a lot going on, so I don't really remember where I had to go. I had to respond to another incident somewhere. I stayed for a time, but I don't think I was there when Skirt got there.
And would that have concluded your role as it relates to this particular response and incident?
Yes.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Bird?
My name's Trooper Buffington.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't actually see the crash, correct?
No.
And you said you got to the scene shortly after, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observation of the bodies when you got there, would you say that the positions were, I'm sorry, would you say that the positions the bodies were in when you arrived, would you say that they were in the original position when the vehicle finally stopped from the crash?
After final rest, nothing else is moving?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you complete a report for this incident?
No, I did not.
And did you speak with Trooper Clark about this incident?
As like on scene or what do you
On the
mean?
scene, after, at any moment?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we work together. So there's 10 of us at nighttime in Atlanta. So we talk all the time. So I'm sure we talked about it at some point. Yeah.
When you arrived, the video that they just put up, there was a lot of smoke, right? Because they were extinguishing a fire.
Yes.
Could you see anything through that smoke?
Not through the smoke until it kind of died down.
Okay, so the only thing that you saw pertaining to this wreck was after at least 10 to 15 minutes.
I wouldn't say 10 to 15 minutes, no.
How long would you say?
Like I said, 2 minutes or less for me to get there, and I don't think it took more than a minute for the smoke to clear in that video. So 5 minutes tops is probably less than that, maybe 3 to 4 minutes.
5 minutes. And just two more questions. Was there any way for anyone who could escape the car to get out of the vehicle?
Say that one more time. I didn't
Was there
hear
any
all
way for anyone to escape the vehicle?
that. I don't know.
Like, was there an opening for them to try to crawl out or anything?
I mean, anybody that was inside of it, I mean, I guess if they wasn't trapped, they could have got out, but
And which way? Like, would the front passenger window, the back window, through the windshield?
I mean, I don't know exactly, but I mean, possibly in the rear, they could have got out, like where the rear doors would have been at,
And that's
maybe.
the only way that you can think of?
Right here, 5 years later, yes, probably.
Okay, and this is a personal question for you. If a vehicle was on fire and you had the ability to get out no matter where you were positioned in the car, would you try?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Rao, anything else for Trooper Buffington?
Yeah.
All right, jurors, any questions? Just let Deputy Gordon know we don't want to pass you by. Thank you. Trooper Buffington, did you transport Sergeant, I think he was sergeant at the time, he's now lieutenant, but Gass? He had someone in the back of his car. He had been in the midst of taking someone to Atlanta pretrial. Did you take his suspect on to wherever that person was going?
100%, I do not know. Like I said, it's been close to 5 years. If I remember right, if everybody would have been working, we have 10 people. And I think at the time this happened, was several troopers that had somebody in the back of their cars. So who I took and what I did, I don't remember. I was busy doing something when I left. I don't remember if I took his, somebody else's, or whose.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of the three people as part of your work? That the person in the front was so-and-so, the person who was trapped in the back was John Smith?
No.
Did you get a good enough look at any of the three of them that today you could say, yep, that's the person I saw in any one of those three positions?
No, honestly, no.
The person who was partially ejected from the car, so in the front passenger side, the front passenger compartment, was the part of his body that we could see in the video that was out his head, it was moving around a little bit. Was that the passenger door or the driver door that we saw him sticking out of a little bit?
That would have been the passenger because it's flipped upside down. Yes, passenger.
Okay. Is it possible to get the video up again, or is that asking you to do Herculean things? Okay, there's just a question, if we could play it a little bit and then pause it to have Trooper Buffington orient the jury to where is Lenox Road, where's the 400 off ramp in connection with the footage? We do have a call in with IT, but See what we can do.
Is there another question while that's happening? It just.
That's it. This is going through Zoom and not the cable.
Yeah, the cable, for some reason changed the input.
Okay. We'll get them to fix that during the break.
You're good.
And we don't need audio. We just need to.
Let's try. So I'm gonna apologize. Y'all are gonna be able to see everything I do on my screen because it's already sharing.
Okay. Appreciate you trying.
Was, is there any way that we can take it off of that so the jury won't see anything that's not enough?
It's up.
Such as.
If you can get the video up, we'll get your computer in there, Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
There you go.
Does that look like your footage, Trooper Buffington?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So don't go too far from the device. Once he gets to the scene and we can see the car, that's all we need. Do we know how long the approach is?
Well, they're almost there.
Okay.
So keep going.
I can't, I don't know what's on the screen. If we can see the car, we need to see the crashed vehicle. Okay, you can just pause it there. So that's a big lead in. If you could let the jurors know where is Lenox Road, where's the 400 ramp, so they can orient the way this car is facing, et cetera.
All right, so I came up 85 northbound, took 400 northbound. That ramp was the exit if you're going northbound 400 for Lenox Road. The car is right here. If you go left, that will run you into Piedmont. I don't know what's there. It used to be Blue Martini, I think, or something like that. If you take a right going away from the crash car, it'll take you back to Peachtree.
So that car is basically at the top of the off ramp.
Yeah, top of the off.
Okay. All right.
Kind of top of the off ramp back towards Piedmont a little ways.
I don't know if you can tell what the front of the car is. The front of the car is pointing in what direction?
Southbound. So 400 is running this way, northbound, southbound.
Okay.
Lennox, Wolf are sitting on.
All right. Mr. Rob, do you have any follow-up based on those questions?
No.
Ms. Bird?
Could you just tell the jury about the direction of where, or what's the opposite way on that road where you are? So if you turn left, you said Blue Martini is that way, and then what about if you make a right?
It's back towards Peachtree.
All right. Thank you, Trooper. Appreciate your time. Go get the speaker.
Thank you.
Your next witness takes about how long? Best guess.
10, 15 minutes at that.
One more witness before we break? We're good? Seeing lots of nodding heads. All right, next witness, please.
Take calls, first class, Jordan and Aaron.
Face me, raise your right hand. You swear upon that the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Lord, I see. Will state, study, name, and career.
Trooper First Class 3, Ganell, badge number 276.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yes, sir. Ginnel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Trooper Ganell.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Trooper Ganell, would you mind telling the jurors where you're currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Georgia Department of Public Safety, which is, and I'm assigned to Georgia State Patrol.
How long have you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
October 1st, 2017 was my hire date.
And can you tell the jurors kind of your career trajectory between 2017 to this day?
Yes, so 2018, I was assigned to Post 32 Athens. Did approximately 3 years there-ish. Then I went to the Nighthawks, did about 2.5-ish years, went home back to Post 32 for some personal reasons, family reasons. So went back there, I think it was like 10 months, and then came back to the Nighthawks. I'm also assigned to our K-9 unit. So I do have one of our canines with the department. So he's been with me from my first time on the Nighthawks, back to Athens, and back to Nighthawks.
Are you still currently with the Nighthawks?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is your area of operations?
I cover the 5 counties within Metro Atlanta, so Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, Fulton County, Clayton County, and Cobb County.
And at the time of April 9th, 2021, was that still your area of operations?
Yes, sir, it was.
And I'd like to turn your attention to that date, specifically the morning hours of approximately 3 a.m. Do you remember responding to a motor vehicle collision at the location of Lennox Road, just off of Georgia 400?
Yes, sir.
What was the reason you responded to that location?
To assist Trooper Clark that was involved in a motor vehicle pursuit that involved a crash.
And were you the first trooper on scene outside of Trooper Clark already being there?
Yes, sir.
And were you operating a motor vehicle at the time?
Was I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, marked Georgia State Patrol vehicle. Yes, sir.
And that vehicle, was it outfitted with dash camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Approach you with what's like for identification purposes.
Yes, sir.
36.
Yes.
It contains a video file. Have you had an opportunity to review that video file?
Yes, sir.
And is that the dash camera footage of the incident that occurred that you responded to on April 9th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that transpired responding to that location?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit states 130.
Yes, sir.
136 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
What was your shift in terms of the hours that you worked
I
at that
think
time period?
that time when I was on the Nighthawks, I was the only one that did 8 hours. The rest of the unit did 10 hours. So I think I was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., I believe is what I was assigned.
So in the hours of 3 a.m., that would have been your regular shift hours?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And do you remember what you were doing prior to responding to that location?
I was just patrolling on the Nighthawks, looking for impaired drivers. So I was patrolling, I want to say Peachtree Street.
What caught your attention such that you responded to that location?
The radio traffic.
And when you say radio traffic, were you made aware of the motor vehicle collision, or was there something that was ongoing prior to that caught your attention?
Ongoing, prior to it. Yes, sir.
And what was what caught your attention prior to that? Hearing there was a motor vehicle collision.
The Trooper Clark was involved in a motor vehicle pursuit. So I'm trying to respond to assist him.
And in the dash camera footage that, let's see if I can.
It's definitely going up there.
Hopefully this will play. I've been having a bit of bad luck.
Oh, it plays over here?
Yes.
Okay.
So with respect to your dash camera footage, do you remember kind of how long it took you to get to that location?
Couple minutes, I believe.
And what do you remember observing when you first arrived on scene?
Overturned vehicle towards or on Lennox Road at 400.
You gotta skip.
So let's skip to the 2-minute. I'll start at 1 minute and 40 seconds. Pause real quick. Trooper Gunnell,
Yes, sir.
do you see Trooper Clark, or did you see Trooper Clark in this video?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the person, that's my luck with technology, the person right here, who is that person?
That's music.
And the person right here, who would that be?
That's Trooper Clark.
And what are you doing that's depicted in this video?
Using my fire extinguisher on the front compartment. Well, it's overturned, so the front bottom compartment of the vehicle.
At the time that you responded, as we see in this video, was the vehicle on fire?
Yes, sir. You can see like there's a little bit of fire within the front of the compartment.
Continue to press play.
Don't move, right? I think right up here. All right.
Press pause. Trooper Ganell, the
Yes, sir.
vehicle as we see it right now states 136 at 3 minutes and 11 seconds where you stopped the vehicle. Would this be the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you arrived on scene and was able to observe the scene in its entirety, were you able to observe individuals inside the vehicle?
At this time, I believe I just saw the one person.
And when you say you saw the one person, would you mind describing to the jury what you saw, where that person was positioned?
Yes, so it would be on the opposite side of the vehicle, which would be the passenger side. And he was in the front seat facing upwards from hanging out of the passenger front window. So it's upside down. Can I use my hand?
Yes, please.
Okay, so it's upside down. This is his head, I guess the tip of my finger. It's hanging out of the front window.
And we wouldn't be able to see that on your dash camera footage because that's not where your vehicle was positioned at the time, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Did you happen to see where the individual's feet were by any chance?
I was not.
Okay. You said at the time, initially, at this point, you observed only one person. At any point in time thereafter, was there anyone else that you observed inside the vehicle?
Yes, there was somebody in the back seat, but I don't recall how he was inside of the back seat, like how he was laying, like I do the front seat individual. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So let's just stick with the front seat, in the person that was in the front.
Yes, sir.
Did it appear like he could move in any way, shape, or form or extricate himself outside of the vehicle?
No, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the interior of the vehicle when bending down to see what was inside?
There was like airbags and whatnot. The car, motor vehicle crash like that, I guess it's pretty mangled.
Did it appear like anyone could move out of the vehicle or move within the vehicle from your perceptions and observations?
No, sir. Bless you. Sorry. No, sir.
And at any point in time thereafter, observing the individuals inside the vehicle, did you happen stance upon another individual in that area?
Yes, sir. I believe Trooper Buffington located the other individual first, but this person had been ejected.
Did he appear to be deceased at the point in time that you laid eyes on him?
It did appear he was either deceased or going towards that direction.
What was your role after putting out the fire or assisting Trooper Clark with putting out the fire? What was your role at the scene?
Just trying to secure the scene. I believe I located a firearm at one point, so that was placed into my vehicle. So trying to preserve the scene.
Would that be for the skirt investigators or other investigators to follow up on as it relates to evidence processed from the scene as well as the vehicle itself?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did that kind of conclude your role as it relates to your response to the scene?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Mr. Miller?
Trooper Ganell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, sir.
Good, good.
When you responded to the scene, it was minutes after the car accident, the collision had already occurred, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And when you responded to the scene, you characterized it to the jury that you saw somebody else in the front seat, but he wasn't actually sitting in that front seat. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
So the car was on his roof. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you said that there was somebody in the back seat, but he wasn't actually sitting down in that back seat. Is that also correct?
I don't recall how like he was inside of the vehicle. Like he was in the back compartment of the vehicle. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But you wouldn't say you wouldn't characterize it as sitting down or being in a seat.
Correct, yes, sir.
So the first individual that you saw that was kind of hanging out, that person, you don't remember where their legs were.
I don't. No, sir, I don't.
When you got to the scene, the only portion of that person that you saw was what?
It would probably be from I guess chest to head.
From the chest to the head.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And then that individual was that's it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Rao, anything else for Trooper?
Hang on.
Jurors, any questions? Okay, Deputy Gordon? You? Counsel, what? Counsel? Be right back, Trooper. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, sir.
And then you started recording more.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
So let me let everyone get back to their position. The Nighthawks, are they specifically assigned to seek out and interdict impaired drivers? Is that their main focus, is impaired drivers?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Do you know if police officers, this would include state troopers, are they required to signal when they're changing lanes when you've got your blue lights on?
So we do have to use due regard. When we do have our blue lights and siren, we're not required to signal, but we are required to use due regard.
Meaning be careful?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think they wanted to issue you a ticket for some of your driving. When you arrived at the scene that we saw on the video, how many other troopers were already there?
I was the first on scene.
You were there before Clark?
No, oh, I'm sorry. Trooper Clark was on scene and then I was the first assisting trooper on scene.
All right, so you would have been number 2 on the scene.
Correct. Yes, sir.
When you got there, Trooper Clark was there. Were there any local law enforcement people there when you got there?
Not to my knowledge. Sir.
Okay, so Clark, then you, and then maybe Buffington or Gass.
Yes, sir. I believe Buffington got there and then he's now Lieutenant Gass.
Yes, he's lieutenant now. Okay. Did you ever encounter a firearm on the street in the car while you were at the scene?
While at the scene, I did recover a firearm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was it in relation to the car? In it, near it?
It was not in it. What would that be? Northeast is from my.
Can we put a still of, we have a still picture. Those seem to be safer to put up. There was, I think it was 30 something. 134, yeah. You could put 134 up, please. We'll come back to that question about where the firearm was. Did you see enough of any of the 3 individuals, their face, their body, that you'd be able to identify them today?
No, sir. It's been too long. I'm sorry.
Okay. Were you able to tell if the person who was in the front passenger compartment, who's partially out the driver's window, if he was wearing a seatbelt?
No, I wasn't. To my memory, I do not remember that.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I don't think you meant to, what you said, out of the driver's window.
Did I say drivers?
Yeah.
I meant passenger window, if I misspoke. The person that people were interacting with, he was coming out of the passenger side of the front compartment.
Window, yeah.
Correct. If I misspoke, if I said drivers, I didn't mean that. Passenger side. Thank you, Mr.
To
Miller.
my memory, I don't recall if there was a seatbelt on or not.
Okay. Based on how he was positioned, could there have been a seatbelt on him?
From how he was laying on the ground facing to my training, he would not be wearing a seatbelt.
Okay. We got the picture up. Yeah, it should be on your screen. Can we zoom in a little bit? Well, no, don't zoom in at all. So there's the car. Roughly where did you find the firearm?
This is the car.
And let's
This
try it
is-
because we have tech here.
Okay, so-
Tap the screen for a second. Now hit that little pen in the lower left-hand corner. See, it's way, something all the way over to the other corner. Way to put the win away. See, all the way corner, keep going corner.
Oh,
Press that. All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, circle on the screen where you best remember the firearm was.
Where I best remember, I would be, this is north, this is south. I remember walking to my car from the northeast.
Okay.
So northeast, I don't remember the exact place. I don't.
Just make a big X.
Yeah, so northeast. So my car is facing this way. And my car,
All right, on your screen, is there a big X? All right, that worked.
okay.
Okay.
So from the northeast, I remember walking back to my car from the northeast.
Okay, got it. Have you reviewed the inventory sheet from this? Do you know what an inventory sheet is?
Tow receipt?
Tow receipt.
Yes, sir.
Would you have prepared the tow receipt in this case?
I know there can be different troopers for this crash scene. I don't believe I put my information for the tow receipt.
Okay, you recovered the firearm, the fact that it was recovered, would that be on the tow receipt or where would it go in a GSP
It
report?
could either go on the tow receipt and back into the vehicle, or it could be logged into evidence.
Okay, all right. Mr. Rao, do you have any questions for the trooper based on what was just asked?
No.
Mr. Miller?
No, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. We'll try to keep it to 10-ish minutes, but as usual, haven't been usual yet, but as I told you before, if when Deputy Gordon comes to get you, it's not time to be done, tell him that, and he'll let us know that you're not ready. But we will try to get everyone back in here in about 10 minutes so that we can press on. And the goal is to get through a few more witnesses before the day is done. We'll see how that collides with 5 o'clock. All right?
All right, adjourn.
Mr. Abadi, anything before we take the break? Mr. Miller?
No, yeah.
Okay, then we'll go off the record. I would like one of the two of the prosecutors to try to play the video so we can all see it and all hear it, but it goes through the HDMI. And then I'd like to pause it and see why we can't mark it. Because we ran into issues where I'll let the lawyers explain, but it was changing the feed. This thing was turning on, not on and off with electricity, but going off channel. And so we could play it here, but we couldn't share it there. Or if we had it shared, then it wasn't on one of the, it was bonkers.
Okay.
But these guys were touching all the buttons, so I'm gonna have them show you what didn't work.
Okay.
Thanks.
Play for a second.
Yeah.
it gets worse. If anything else happens on the outskirts of the scene, it would be our responsibility to take care of that.
Okay. And are you assisting with things like traffic control and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I'm going to start Sergeant Stinson's body worn camera 2 minutes and 20 seconds into his video.
Okay.
And I guess Sergeant Stinson, can you tell the jurors from the time that you arrive, from I guess the time that you leave, do you keep your body camera on as you're assisting with either traffic control or whatever is requested of you?
Yes.
And before I play it, can you tell the jurors when you arrived and kind of observed and walked around the area, tell the jurors what you saw?
I saw a car crash. There was debris all over the place. It was I'd never seen anything like that. It was pretty wild. The area of the city that I had worked before didn't have space to go this fast.
And to your, I guess, your knowledge and to your recollection, did you or any member of APD that was present play any role in the investigation of this car crash?
No, sir. Really interesting tattoo. that tattoo on that guy's stomach. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Now, Sergeant Stinson, when you, I guess, after both individuals were extracted from the vehicle, did you remain on scene as you've described as support and traffic control?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your observations of the video today and then your recollection from back on April 9th, 2021, can you tell the jurors what you remember as it relates to the person, the second person who was extracted?
The one after this one?
Yes.
Okay. I don't remember anything specific about that person.
Okay. So the individual that you remember hearing yourself on the video say something about a tattoo.
Right.
You have I guess, did you notice a tattoo on one of the individuals?
That one, yes, sir. I remember that tattoo, yeah.
When you noticed it or noticed that person, where was he inside of the vehicle that we've seen in State Suit 141?
It appears that they're pulling him from the back seat from the video.
So the tattoo that was unique or of interest to you was on the person in the backseat, the second to be extracted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm following.
I don't remember which order they came out.
Okay, but we saw someone put on a stretcher and tended to and rolled away. It was not that person, it was the other person.
That one right there is the one that I was talking about, his tattoo, I believe.
Okay, you keep saying that one, and I'm not sure which of the two you're talking about.
I am not trying to be unclear.
Okay.
I have very little recollection of this.
Long time ago.
Everything that I'm staying is what I'm watching from my body camera.
Okay, got it. But when you say that one, there are two gentlemen who were extracted. And I forget about the order in which they were extracted. There's someone who very clearly was put on a stretcher and rolled away while the other remained on the ground in the car or just out of it. Is that one, the one with the stomach tattoo, the one who was rolled away or the one who's on the ground, or you don't recall?
I don't recall.
Works. Thank you.
And if you're in the video, at the point when you say, take a look at the tattoo, is that the person you're referring to, whether you remember that person today or yesterday, is that the person you're referring to in the video?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
So when you remember hearing yourself on the video say, get a look at that guy's tattoo, and you're pointing at the person inside the vehicle at that time, correct? You want me to play it again?
Sure, let's watch it again. A really interesting tattoo.
So can you stop it now, please? So we've got a guy, if you look at the screen, there's a guy on the stretcher.
Yes, sir.
And there's someone that all the fire people are attending to. Someone had an interesting tattoo. Based on what you just saw, which of the two were you talking
It
about?
would have to be the guy on the stretcher because I couldn't see the other guy.
Okay.
But let me ask you this question. Do you recall where the interesting tattoo that you were referring to was?
It was on the torso somewhere near there.
Which is whoever you're talking about is on the torso of that person.
Yes, sir.
Remember, can you describe to the jurors how big it is?
I specifically do not remember the tattoo at this point. I just remember that it was intriguing to me when I saw it.
Nothing really.
Mr. Miller, your witness?
Good afternoon, and I'm sorry, I don't be disrespectful. It's not Officer Stinson. What is it?
Sergeant.
Sergeant Stinson. Good afternoon, Sergeant Stinson. When you got on the scene, were you the first APD on that scene?
No, sir.
All right, who got there before you did?
Sergeant Martin.
Sergeant Martin. And Sergeant Martin, was there, were you like the second individual to get there?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
All right, and when you got there, what information was it that you were trying to obtain?
I just wanted to know if there were any APD officers involved in the chase and what had happened
Where would you have gotten that information from?
from the Georgia State Patrol.
Were they forthcoming with giving you that information?
Yes, sir.
They were. At any point in your interaction with them, were they seeming as though they did not want to provide information to you?
I didn't try to find out anything else.
That was all you tried to find out?
Yes, sir.
All right, so at no point did GSP turn you down from getting information that you were trying to get?
I don't recall trying to find out anything else.
How many people did you have to speak to get that?
I don't recall. I'd have to watch the video again for that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Body, anything else for, oh, yes, sir.
No, that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Body, anything else?
Thank you.
Jurors? Sergeant, were you able to see if that person we saw on the stretcher, so the first one to be moved away from the car, if he had any motor oil on him? Is that anything you recall?
No, sir.
As in, you recall there was
I do
none,
not
or
recall.
one way or the other?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being clear about that. Would you today be able to identify either of the people who were in the car, if they were to be here in court or to show up at your house?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever go to the hospital where either of the occupants may have been taken as part of some APD investigation?
No, sir.
Mr. Body, anything else for the sergeant?
Nothing to say.
Mr. Miller,
Thanks.
thank you for your time. You're free to go. Next witness.
Larry, Michael Berry.
Hey, Coach, me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Lord, have a seat. Can you state your name for the record?
Name is Mike Berry, MikeDerry.
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
Can you tell the jurors, back on April 9th, 2021, what's your full legal name? Larry Huntberry.
Larry Michael Berry at the time, yes, sir.
And since April 9th, 2021, have you dropped the Larry and now you go by Mike or Michael Berry?
As of March of 23, it's officially Mike. No middle name.
And can you tell the jurors currently, how are you employed, sir?
I work for Piedmont Health.
And what do you do for Piedmont Health?
I'm a cardiac cath lab tech.
And can you tell the jurors back in April of 2021, specifically April 9th of 2021, how are you employed?
I was a Grady paramedic.
Okay. And how long had you been with Grady as a paramedic up until April 9th, 2021?
Grady specifically, about a yearish, maybe.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how long did you work as a paramedic?
I still hold the license, so coming on 25 years now.
Okay. And prior to your employment with Grady, can you tell us, the jurors, a little bit about your career background of those 25 years?
Between military time and working here civilian side, I was a military medic for up until 2018 when I retired. Between active duty and reserve time, during my reserve time from the military, I worked for various agencies, Clayton County, Henry County, spent some time at Gwinnett, and then towards the end there, I did work for Chatham County when I was stationed in Savannah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors a little bit about the training that you received to work as a paramedic in all those different places?
Training specifically EMT school, when I went through was 10 months long. After that, paramedic school was another year and a half. And then various courses here and there, but that's to be legal. My critical care school was 9 weeks, something like that.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury when you respond to a scene? I know every scene is different, but typically, what are the first steps you take in assessing the call that you responded to?
It'll vary, I guess. I could put it in relation to, I guess, trauma, I guess, given what I'm here for today. Scope of the scene, and then immediate hazards and number of patients.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back on April 9th, 2021, if you can provide us with what hours duty or what was your shift?
6P to 6A.
Yeah, the 6 a.m.
Correct.
And were you dispatched to Georgia 400, Lennox Road, exit that general
Yes.
area that night?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall or remember approximately what time?
Not right offhand. I can tell you from the report.
And if looking at a copy of the report without refresh your recollection, just look up if your recollection is refreshed.
Dispatch time was 0308, so 3:08 in the morning.
And as a paramedic, in general, but here with Brady, a scene that you responded to and a patient that you provided care, and if you were the lead, did you always do a report or a summary of procedures that you performed out in the field?
Yes, sir. Patient care report. Yes, sir.
And is that patient care report something that is done for every call, at least that you responded to?
Yes.
On April 9th of 2021, did you do a patient care report for a person you tended to?
Yes, sir.
So you what's remarked as states to the 140. And if you'll look through states to the 140, what we've done, look at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize states to the 140?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's my report. It's written in my format of how I go about doing it. And if I scroll back to what's labeled page 6 of 7, that is my signature.
And in your review of states of the 140, all the pages, does it appear to be your complete report that you did where what you responded to on April 9th, 2021?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
The state would tender what's been marked as states of the 140 evidence.
No objection.
140?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is that what's listed on here or am I? It says record certificate of authentication. Cross that out and, no, that's okay. And label it, Barry's report.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, before we get into the specifics of this patient care report, can you describe and tell the jurors what kind of information do you put in a patient care report for any scene that you respond to?
So they're fairly standardized according to state and national guidelines. So it'll have everything from the generic data that gets pulled over from the dispatch center. So all the times associated with the dispatch time, the time I went en route, the time I arrived on scene, en route to the hospital, arrived at hospital. It'll have the personnel that will report the truck, so myself and my partner. And it'll have in some format, depending on the software that's used, it will have some sort of demographics breakdown as far as the patient demographics, name, age, date of birth, address, those sorts of things, medical history if available, and then a narrative section, essentially, which is where I free type everything I saw, did, or as it relates to patient care.
And the steps that you just described, are those the same steps that you did as it relates to the care that you provided on April 9th, 21?
Yes, sir.
I want to, I guess, explain to the jury before we pull up your report, what were your first observations when you arrived a little after 3 a.m. On April 9th?
I do remember exiting off exit 2 off Georgia 400 northbound. I do remember turning left to go across the overpass, and on the far side of the overpass there was the crash scene.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors when you arrived, got out of the truck, what you first saw and what you first did?
Mind immediately drawn to debris field, Atlanta fire on scene, and the vehicle overturned.
And can you tell the jurors what is Atlanta Fire doing when you arrive?
Extrication, removing the patient from the vehicle or vehicle from the patient, however you want to word it. Disentanglement.
Do you or any members of the Grady EMS personnel who were out there, did they play a part in the extrication?
No.
No?
Not in Atlanta, no.
I guess what are you doing while the extrications are occurring?
My responsibilities would typically be to find incident commander, get a brief rundown as to, since they've already been there, they've already got a handle on the scene. Do I have a number of patients and which patient is coming to me?
Incident commander, what do you mean by that?
Whoever's in charge, usually the most senior ranking, in this case, the Atlanta fire personnel on scene.
Okay. And were you the only ambulance or truck that arrived that evening?
No.
Can you explain to the jurors, if you recall, how many other units arrived that day?
In total, I can verify for my unit plus one other that arrived after me.
Now, can you describe to the jurors after, well, who did you provide care to? Do you remember?
According to the patient care report, is identified as Mr. Kenneth Poole.
And can you tell the jurors where?
If you hit stay muted on the screen in front of you, then you should be able to see what Mr. Body's asking you about. Thank you, sir.
So do you see the first page of your patient care report and it states in 140 on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you, I guess the first couple boxes at the top of that first page, are those the general identifying things that you described as it relates to the envy of the person and other identifying characteristics?
Yes, demographics.
And can you explain to the jurors, do you provide, I guess, the reason for the call within your patient care report?
I don't list it on there. It gets auto-filled from the CAD dispatch center.
Okay. And if we go, do you see kind of in the middle, it should be in the middle of your screen now where it says time, and do you see where it says 3:48?
Yes, sir.
You explain to the jurors, I guess, what does that box, I guess, represent as it relates to the care that you provided for
So-
Kenneth Poole?
That time's listed in a couple different places. You're referring to vital signs or ECG?
Do you see where it says time in the next box over as AVPU?
Okay, yes, sir. So that's vital signs. So there is the vital signs that we typically look for are divided down vertically in those individual columns. And then you have the horizontal rows for each time hack that a set of vital signs was input.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors under, I guess, the column AVPU?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
AVPU is an acronym. It deals with a gross overall assessment of the patient's mental status. It stands for alert, verbal, pain, or unresponsive.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, I guess, what did you notate as it relates to your report under that column?
Alert.
And what does alert mean to you as a paramedic?
It means that the patient is conscious. Whether or not they're oriented or not is a different story. But basically, as far as their mental status, if they didn't respond, if they weren't alert, the next step down would be verbal, meaning that I would only elicit some sort of response if I was to stimulate them verbally, call their name. They may turn and look at me or something like that. And if they didn't do that, the next step down would be pain, which means that they wouldn't do anything unless I elicited a pain response. And the next step down from that would be unresponsive, which means I got no cognitive response from them in any way.
For the P, like you would poke the wound to see if the person moves?
Typically, sir, the most common thing would be a light sternal rub with the knuckles or something like that. If I get any sort of movement, they may open their eyes at that point. It just depends on the patient.
That would register a P, that they responded to pain. Okay. So does alert carry with it, yes, I could interact with the person? Or it just means that you don't need to stimulate the person to see that they're conscious?
No further stimulation is required. As I said, it's a gross overall assessment.
Now, keep going down the columns in the vital signs table. Do you see where it says pain?
Where it says what, sir? Pain? Pain, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors in both of the boxes that we see under that column that says pain, can you explain to the jurors the notation of 10? What does that mean as somebody in your position?
Pain is rated on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being no pain and 10 being the absolute worst that patient has ever experienced. So it's subjective from them.
So how do you said it's subjective from them. If you classified it as a 10, how were you able to make that classification as it relates to this patient, Kenneth Poole?
Ask him.
Okay. And is the classification of 10 based on the answer that's provided by Kenneth Poole here?
Correct.
And next to the column pain, you see where it says GCS, EVM, and then
yes, sir.
Callback. Can you explain to the jurors first, what does that mean?
And speak slowly, please, when you do that. That's okay. Court reporter needs to get it down.
I have an aviation background, so I talk like an air traffic controller sometimes.
Okay. Don't talk like one now.
I'll try my best.
Okay.
So GCS stands for Glasgow Coma Scale. That is a neurological assessment that was primarily focused or created by and for neurologists in the in-hospital setting. Because EMS in general did not have anything that really assessed neurological status in a patient, over the years, EMS has kind of adopted that. So the GCS score there is on a scale of 3 to 15. 15 is a completely coherent, cognitively intact person such as you or I. And it goes down, depending on the way the assessment goes, down to a 3. A 3 would be an unresponsive, or for lack of a better term, a dead person is a 3. There is no 0. It's broken up into 3 categories there. Next to the GCS, you see E, V, and M. That stands for I plus verbal plus motor. And then subsequently below that, 4, 5, and 6, those are the maximum scores you can get in those individual categories. So an I response, the maximum score can be a 4. The verbal response, max score can be a 5. And the motor response, the max score can be a 6. And so depending on where they fall within those categories, it's added up for a total of 15, which is what he had in this case.
Okay. And is it fair to say, in looking at your patient care report at 3:48 a.m. and then 4 a.m., did you, I guess, assess the defendant's Kenneth Poole's GCS, I guess, evaluation?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors in both instances where you did the evaluation that you just described, the score that you that he got?
He scored a 15 on both assessments.
Now, we go to page 3 of the report. You see, and I'll make it bigger in a second, but you see in the middle of the report, I guess the box that says narrative.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors, that was the common sense, but what I guess is described in that narrative box.
That is my freehand text or basically report of overall what was saw, what was done,
Okay.
essentially.
And in the narrative, in this report and all reports that you did, is the narrative based on the care that you provided,
Yes,
things that you observed?
yes.
And is that, I guess, what is reported here in the narrative box under, I guess, where it says assessment time 4/9/21 at 4:02 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me do that for you. All right. So do you see in the narrative box when it starts with unit A74 responded?
Yes.
You tell the jurors, what does A74, what does that represent?
That was the radio call sign or radio identifier for my particular ambulance that night.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as you continue to look at the narrative box, it states exhibit 140, can you tell the jurors, you see where it says upon arrival?
Yes, sir.
Can you read the jurors the narrative in that first sentence, the first thing that you observed upon your arrival?
On arrival, found one car overturned on its roof with global damage. Heaviest damage noted to front end and passenger side.
Okay. And then can you tell the jurors in the next sentence, it's a common for you in the narrative section of your report to describe, I guess, the age of the patient you're treating?
If possible, I do, sir. Yes, sir.
And if possible, can you provide details as it relates to things that you observed in relation to positions, people's position or where they're seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jurors or read to the jurors in the second paragraph or second sentence of your narrative in states 140, what you wrote in your narrative.
Patient's a 22-year-old male, unrestrained driver, supine across front seat, head out the passenger door, feet at the steering wheel.
And for those of us who aren't savvy with medical verbiage or use words, what does supine mean?
Supine means laying on their back.
So is it fair to say when you, I guess, first saw Kenneth Poole, the car was overturned, he was kind of laying upside down?
Yes.
And
Or he wasn't laying upside down, the car was upside down.
Right.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, or read for the jurors, after you notice that his feet were at the steering wheel, can you describe or read for the jurors your narrative, what you reported about the defendant's level of consciousness and ability to understand?
Patient was conscious and alert, pinned in the wreckage requiring lengthy extrication by AFD or Atlanta Fire Department. Supplemental oxygen provided via non-rebreather at 15 liters per minute.
And you said once extracted, the Atlanta Fire Department placed the patient on an LBV. What is an LBV?
Long backboard.
And can you tell the jurors the next portion of reading your narrative in states 140, what you noted next?
So your AFD placed the patient on a long backboard with CID, which is a cervical immobilization device or a collar around the neck. and brought him to the EMS stretcher. Head had numerous soft tissue injuries, eyes burned, burns and dry blood noted in mouth, but patient could speak without difficulty. No complaints of neck or back pain. Unable to assess spinal column as he was placed on the long backboard prior to being brought to EMS. Abrasions noted to the anterior or the front side of the chest. The chest was stable. Bilateral breath sound, BBS. Bilateral breath sounds are clear with equal and adequate chest rise. Abdomen is soft, non-tender, and unremarkable in appearance. Pelvis is stable, no priapism noted, no rectal bleeding noted. Left leg was unremarkable. Right leg had an obvious deformity. FX is short for fracture.
And then the injuries that you just read that were described in the narrative portion of your patient care report.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what the right, I guess, you described it as a right femur,
Right thigh, yes, sir.
the mid-shaft femur deformity, what does FX stand for?
That's short for fracture.
And would you say that was the, based on the injuries that you were able to see and assess on seeing in that moment, that right thigh or right leg injury was the most serious?
No.
Okay, tell me, what did you know, what else did you know as it relates to injuries that were?
The two things out of him that were most concerning, one was, I wouldn't say it's any less severe being the right femur fracture, but the burns to the airway. That would have been my, quite frankly, I would put the potential burn to the airway above and beyond or more critical than a femur fracture.
Where in here does it talk about burns to the airway, or you suspected that could have happened because you saw burns around the mouth?
Burns around the mouth, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. High index of suspicion.
You tell the jury, what does it mean after you write about the mid-shaft femur with extensive pain? What is PMS, CRT intact, and WNL on both legs?
So PMS is pulse, movement, and sensation. So anytime there's an extremity injury, whether it be a dislocation, a fracture, a burn, anything. So what we're looking at is, does the neural pathway and does the blood flow distal or further out from the injury, is it intact? That gives you a great sense of whether or not there is a potential for long-term deficit or loss of the limb. So in this case, the pulses further out from the injury on that leg was intact. The movement and sensory, meaning you use two different neural pathways for that, one to move, one to feel. Both of those were intact, and WNL is within normal limits.
And can you tell the jurors, as you continue to assess the defendant, his extremities, did you notice in looking at the narrative portion of your report anything about his arms or extremities?
Multiple soft tissue injuries noted to the arms, in addition to burns with sloughing skin to the hands. And that is it as far as the patient assessment.
Based on your observations that the night you were out there on the scene, and then the training and experience that you had the last 25 years, can you tell the jurors what were the burns from?
It was, I would have to assume it's from the motor oil, because there was an extensive amount of oil coming down out of the vehicle as the engine was overturned. So a lot of it was dripping down on him.
Now, you see where it says motor vehicle collision specialty patient box?
Yes, sir.
Do you see where it says position in vehicle?
Yes, sir.
You read for the jurors what you notated.
Front seat, left side, or motorcycle driver.
Okay. And then you see next to that, there's a box that says damage location.
Yes, sir.
When you say damage location, what are you describing in, I guess, the box next to it, which says center front right side?
Predominant damage to the vehicle was located to the center front and the right side as far as aspects to the vehicle.
Okay. And then in that same section, do you notate or report a time in which his extraction was completed?
Extrication is marked as 0346.
Now, on the next page, page 4, I won't go through all of it, but you see where it says on the far right-hand side, incident times?
Yes, sir.
can you describe for the jury, you see a series of times in the farthest left-hand column, and next to that column is a gray boxes next to it.
Yes, sir.
You tell the jurors, in general, what is that describing in everything?
So on the right side of the screen there, the incident time. So PSAP called that. First of all these times are downloaded or forwarded from the 911 center to the computer, which I do the report in. And those numbers and times are based on radio traffic as the 911 dispatcher logs them in. So PSAP call, I'm unfamiliar with. That's an administrative thing that happens at the dispatch center. That I couldn't tell you that. Call received is the time the 911 dispatcher received the call to be routed out, dispatched at 030850. That is the time in which the dispatcher notified my unit to be en route to a call. The en route time is the time that I acknowledged and notified dispatch that I was en route. We did not need to stage. That would be large-scale incidents where you're staging some distance away and being brought in as needed. That didn't apply to this. I was on scene at 0325, and I put hands on patient at 0347. We departed the scene at 0352. We arrived at Grady at our destination at 0405, and patient care was transferred to the hospital staff at 0410. And I was available for service again at 0412.
When you are, I guess, in the ambulance on the way to your Grady Hospital, can you tell the jurors or describe to the jurors, are you calling the emergency room or personnel who are at the hospital, giving updates as it relates to the patient's care needs? And
yes,
things like that?
Yes, sir.
And when you do that, based on your number of years as a paramedic, person you're relaying that to, are they recording it in a chart or some other report that you don't offer?
I would assume so, yes, sir. I can't speak intelligently on the hospital.
Now, I want to go to page 6 of your report toward the end. Do you see at the top of page 6 versus section 3, and they talk about EMS personnel, facility, or excuse me, faculty signatures?
Yes.
You tell the jurors, you see, I guess, a signature in 2 of the boxes that you're looking at.
Yes.
Is that your signature?
The top one is, yes.
In the top one, you see where it says EMS personnel signature.
Yes, sir.
Underneath the heading EMS personnel signature, can you read where it says my signature below indicates?
My signature below indicates that at the time of service, the patient was physically or mentally incapable of signing, and that none of the authorized representatives listed in section 2 of this form were available or willing to sign on the patient's behalf. My signature is not an acceptance of financial responsibility for the services rendered.
Okay, so we've talked about what you just read. Can you explain to the jury why you signed that?
Generally, we like for the patient to be able to sign authorized to show that, they requested us to take them to the hospital and sign accordingly. Anytime a patient is, for a multitude of reasons, whether they're unresponsive or in this case, if they're just a trauma patient, where they're incapable of physically signing at the moment, then we sign as on their behalf, stating that we swear that we took them to the hospital and provided care.
At any point in the 6 or 7 pages that you authored and that you have reviewed and found in states at 140, do you ever describe a patient as being unconscious?
No.
Not being able to understand any of the care or anything that you are discussing with them?
No.
Is there any point that you don't describe him as alert and conscious in your report?
No.
And you said he had, both times that you checked his GCS, you said it was a 15?
Correct.
That's the highest that you could get that would indicate.
Highest cognitive function, yes.
Gotcha. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry to wait.
Mr. Miller?
Mr. Bell, you said when you arrived at the scene, Atlanta Fire was already there.
Yes.
correct? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so once you got there, you weren't able to actually go near where Mr. Poole was. That's also correct.
Within arm's reach initially.
Within arm's reach?
Yes,
Okay, but you weren't having any interaction with him as he was being extricated by fire. Is that correct?
that is correct.
All right, now, so most of the encounter initially, once you got there, was about 10 to 12 feet. Is that correct?
Rough estimate, yes, sir.
All right, and so from those 10 to 12 feet, that's when you're waiting for Mr. Poole to be extricated as EMS or as fire is doing that extrication. Also correct. All right. As they're doing that, you were there. It looked like from your report. Do you remember who you were there with, or do you need to refer to your report?
No, my partner at the time was Megan Wingo.
All right. So anytime you went out, it was you and Megan Wingo.
For that shift, yes, sir.
All right. And how long were you doing that shift?
That was a 12-hour shift.
No. How many years
How many years
were you doing that shift?
at the time of that shift? How many years have I been doing this?
Correct.
2021, so 21, 22 years, maybe 21 years, 20 plus.
20 plus years. All right. A lot of car accidents during those 21 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as we sit here today, what you are remembering is based mostly on that report that the state provided. Is that correct?
Primarily.
All right. Now, independently, you had Mr. Poole in the back of your truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But as we sit here today, you cannot tell this jury what questions you asked him. Could you?
I ask standard questions on a trauma patient. Do you know where you're at? Are you hurt? Where are you hurting at? Those sorts of things. As far as conversation on a heavy trauma, I'm not a conversationalist by nature, and I'm not going to have one with the patient at that time. I got too many other things to do. So to engage in a conversation would be uncharacteristic of me.
Let me rephrase. You cannot tell this jury the responses that Mr. Poole gave you as we sit here today. Is that correct?
Outside of what's documented in the report, no, sir.
Okay. Now, for identification of Mr. Poole, you did not have his wallet at the time that he was in the back of that EMS truck. Is that correct?
It was in the truck. I did not have hands on it.
All right. You did not get his identification until you were at the hospital.
Correct.
And then that's when you were told the information that you needed to do the biographical information for your report, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so all of the biographical information that you entered into your report was done at a later time, not while you were sitting in the back of the truck.
Correct.
The narrative portion that you wrote was also not written while you were sitting in the back of the truck. That was also done at a later time. Is that
Correct.
also correct? The supplemental, when we were looking, do you remember if he had a mask on?
A mask.
Yeah, breathing oxygen mask?
The non-rebreather mask. Yes, sir.
All right. And who placed that mask on him?
Atlanta Fire.
You did not remove that mask, did you?
No.
All right. Now, as we sit here today, are you able to say, let me do this. As paramedic, main responsibility is saving lives, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not writing reports, right?
Well, that's part of it, but yeah.
Yeah, but main, saving lives.
Yes, sir.
Right. And part of that responsibility is to give the hospital kind of some updated information on the patient as you're on the way to that hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's, you did that here, correct?
Yes, sir.
When we were looking at the report where it says 348, that's information that you would have relayed to the hospital, correct?
What information did 348 are you referring to?
All right. Taking a look at State's Exhibit 140. All right, taking a look at State's Exhibit 140. You see this column where it says 348A, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so where it says alert, you would have told Grady that, correct?
Yes.
Where it says blood pressure 180 over 110, you would have relayed that information to Grady as well, correct?
Yes.
Pulse 112, that's all information that you would have referred or relayed to Grady. Is that correct?
Correct.
SpO2, what is that?
That's the percentage of oxygen saturation of the hemoglobin of the blood.
Okay, how are you able to test that?
There's a monitor that goes on the finger that measures it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so whatever that monitor radio or whatever that monitor gave you, you would have gave to Grady.
Correct.
And then as far as a GCS is a 15, if you told Grady that, then they should have in their report that that is a 15, correct?
If I don't know what they document, what they don't, I don't know if they document mine or if they do their own, or I don't know what the hospital does.
So is that a no or a yes, or you don't know?
I don't know.
All right. When you're on an ambulance, you have a paramedic and you have an EMT, is that correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
On your report, there was only 2 signatures. Those signatures are yours at the top, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Megan Wingo's, is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else was on that truck, they would have signed, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so there was only 2 people there, correct?
Correct.
And so you were the paramedic, Megan was the EMT on this call, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury the difference between paramedic and EMT?
EMT versus paramedic, again, so hours wise, as far as training, EMTs are, I'm not sure if she's an advanced EMT, so you're looking at about 350 to 400 hours training. Paramedic is getting upwards of about 1,500 to 2,000. So primarily anything dealing with cardiology, medications, things like that will be specifically the role of the paramedic.
All right. And as such, generally you would have the paramedic riding in the back of the truck while the EMT drove.
Almost without exception, yes.
All right. Now you were dispatched to the scene at 3:08, is that correct?
Dispatch 308, yes, sir.
All right. And when you finally, you were dispatched to the scene at 3:08, you arrived at the scene at 3:25, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So for 17 minutes, you can't testify to what happened during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, in your report, you characterize, well, let's do this. All right, so you said that you remember that there was your ambulance there and then there was a second one that was there as well, correct?
It arrived after me, yes, sir.
All right, and so yours was the first one, and I'm guessing that's why you all took the first patient?
Yes.
And then the second one arrived later, so they took the next patient?
Correct.
All right. Whoever was on that other truck, they should, in the way that Grady operates, they should have their own report. Is that correct? Are you aware of how many times or how many people were in that truck?
I have no idea.
All right. In your report, you characterize Mr. Poole as the driver. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where'd you get that information from?
From Atlanta Fire, identifying as the driver, being the sole occupant with his feet still, sole occupant of the front part of the patient compartment with his feet still at the steering wheel. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Atlanta Fire told you that he was the driver.
Correct.
No clue who told them that?
No, sir.
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is it done?
Yes.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Judge. In your 21 years of paramedic experience prior to this day, how many motor vehicle collisions or crashes do you think you would have responded to that? 1,000?
Easy.
Okay. And in those 1,000, did any of them involve extrication?
Yes.
And can you describe, tell the jury, in an extrication here specifically, is Atlanta Fire or members of the Atlanta Fire Department, are they up inside that vehicle trying to extract whoever?
As general policy or this event specifically?
So just tell me what you observed as it relates to Atlanta Fire, the members of the Atlanta Fire Department, and their proximity, let's call it that, to the defendant, the vehicle, and what they had to do to extract.
They wouldn't not have even needed to extend their arms fully to put either a hand on the car or the patient. But I did not witness anybody from Atlanta Fire inside the vehicle during extrication.
I'll make sure I follow that. So they were close enough that they could touch the car without even stretching their arm out.
Correct.
But you didn't see them in the car.
That is correct.
Right up against it, doing whatever they do to extract someone, but not in it.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Let me rephrase, because I used a bad term, but are they intimately involved in working with the vehicle and cutting it, and things of that nature to remove the trapped or pinned person?
Yes.
That's what happened here.
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jurors, can more than one person or patient ride in an ambulance?
Get into a really gray area. Is it possible? Yes. Is it routine? Not really.
Your number of years has more than one patient ridden in your, or severely injured patient ridden in your ambulance over your number of years?
Severely injured? No. You try to limit one critical patient per ambulance.
And so if there are 3 critical patients at the time a call comes in, would it be uncommon for 3 ambulances to first arrive?
It would be prudent for 3 ambulances to arrive with 3 known criticals.
And one of the critical is determined later to be deceased on scene. What would happen to, based on your number of years of experience, that 3rd ambulance?
That depends on in my experience, it depends on the authority having jurisdiction. So in Fulton County, any deceased person on scene, that becomes a law enforcement issue. So whether the responsibility for that deceased person goes to Atlanta PD, whether it goes to GSP, whether it goes to the coroner, it is no longer an EMS issue, not in Fulton County, not at the time of this, no.
Not the person. I'm talking about
So the ambulance would go back in service in this scenario here, yes, sir.
in your number of years working as a paramedic, was it common when multiple ambulances or buses arrive that you and the other paramedics and EMTs would work together until you had to separate?
No, not typically. So in an instance like this, Atlanta Fire Department's calling the shots. So when I arrive on scene, they're going to identify who's the most critical versus who they can get out the fastest. And usually the first on scene ambulance would take the most critical and move on while they're still extricating patient 2 or 3 or 4, whatever would be applicable, and subsequent ambulance 2, 3, and 4 would transport.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors I'm going to show you what's been already entered into evidence that states that I think it's 141. I'm just going to share it. So. All right, now, do you see, the video that stopped at 2 minutes and 17 seconds, on the screen before you?
You mind if I turn this way? There's a pretty good glare on this one. Is it okay?
Wait, you can see it as a sir.
All right, sir.
And can you challenge yours? Well, let me just hit play.
There you go, 1 out. All right, the other guy should calm down. Hey, guys, right on the stretcher.
I'm gonna stop it at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, sir.
Can you,
On the right side, wearing ball cap.
all right, so I'm gonna,
The gray ball cap or the black one?
Gray ball cap, standing up with my hand, putting something in my back pocket.
Got it. So that you're sort of the leftmost, there looks like there are 4 paramedic types. You're the leftmost one.
It looks that way. Yes, sir. The one squatting down the black hat with my partner, Megan Wingo.
got it. We're looking at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Are you the person we see that's closest to a member of Atlanta Fire?
Right there, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you see, if that's you, as you've described in States of 140, you see these individuals, describe the person leaning over, you said was your partner, Megan?
Yes, the one with their hands on the stretcher.
And do you see the 2 individuals behind you and Megan?
Yes.
Are those individuals, do you know who they are?
No.
All right. Do they work based on their uniform for Grady EMS?
Based on the uniform, yeah.
And do you have an independent recollection of ever working with someone by the name of Joseph or Joe Hart?
No, sir. I don't.
You're not a conversationalist, right? Okay.
Work stays at work. I don't. Yeah, no.
No, very well. Mr. Miller?
Yes. When they're, you're saying before that, it is possible to have 2 people in the back of an EMS, but very unlikely, if they're in critical condition. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and so if, you have, 3 people that are in critical condition, then you would probably need, 3 different EMS or 3 different ambulances. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if 2 of those people require extrication, that one EMS would go ahead and grab the person that did not need EMS and leave. Is that also correct?
Say that again, please.
Well, let me rephrase it. If 2 of those people require EMS
Okay.
and it's determined on the scene that that 3rd person is deceased,
Okay.
would that 3rd ambulance get called off?
It's possible. I'm not calling them off.
All right. Now, when you arrived, you said that you were the first EMS there. Is that correct?
Correct.
There were no other ambulances that were there when you got there. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when you got there, were you aware of how many times that car was occupied?
What do you mean, how many times it was occupied?
Do you know how many people were injured in this collision?
I was notified of 3.
Okay. The 3rd, we see that there was 2 that were in the car.
Yes.
That 3rd person, since you were the first EMS there, did they tell you to go ahead and take that person?
The 3rd person, no. The Atlanta Fire on scene identified him as deceased upon my arrival.
Okay. And so from that video that we see, there's the team that had you and Megan Wingo, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then there's that second team. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the jurors? Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Assuming that goes back to the automatic. Okay.
So, Mr. Barry, you mentioned a chest abrasion on the front of the, I say you did, your narrative referred to chest abrasion. If you want to turn to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jurors anything more than what that says?
No, sir. Abrasions, scrapes, scratches, things like that. Just overall, just relatively insignificant to me as the medic within the first few minutes of having somebody pulled out of the car. It's of no consequence.
Okay, sounds like you were looking at chest and abdomen. Did you notice any tattoos on the person you were caring for?
Do not recall, sir.
Did you administer any medication either on scene or during transportation?
No, sir.
How soon after you released Mr. Poole to the care and custody of Grady, did you start writing up your report?
Within minutes.
Do you do that there at the hospital? Like they have a space to do it, or you're back in your ambulance and you've got a terminal?
No, I have the laptop computer with me. As soon as I transfer patient care over, and as soon as the trauma team tells me they have no further questions, I have somebody sign for receipt of the patient. And then I step out to the parking lot and start typing.
Okay. Did you administer any additional care to Mr. Poole in the hospital after you delivered him? You ran with the team to the emergency room or anything like that to help out?
No, once we take the patient into the trauma center, we turn the patient over to the trauma team. After that, I am hands off. No, that's against every protocol that I'm aware of for us to continue doing care. Once we're on hospital grounds, that patient belongs to the hospital.
Okay, clear line of demarcation.
Yes, sir.
Would you have played any role in testing Mr. Poole's blood or urine or anything to see if there were any drugs or alcohol in his system?
Absolutely not.
What about any of the other people who were found at the scene?
Absolutely not. Well, nobody EMS. I don't know what Atlanta Fire's protocols are. I don't know what GSP.
No, I'm talking about you. Would you have been involved, or would EMS have been involved?
No.
If not with Mr. Poole, then with the other person extracted from the car?
No, sir.
Not your role?
Nope.
Understood. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Abadi? Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Barry, thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. So we're at 5:15. You had one more witness, but I don't know how long that would take, and I need to take the jury's pulse unless you know that'll just be something we do tomorrow.
We could go, he's still here, but I don't want to give a bad estimate as time.
I don't want you to either.
My estimate would be between direct and cross. I think it'll be around 30 minutes, but I'm not.
Okay, well, we won't do that to you all on your first day. Amen. I would have asked you anyway. So here's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're obviously in courtroom 8D, but we've completed one day of evidence. You've heard from a bunch of witnesses. You heard from the attorneys in their openings, but we've got a ways to go. So tonight you need to be in an information bubble. I'm not worried about you running into any media coverage of the case, but I do worry about you talking with someone in your household or chatting with friends online or on the phone and saying, guess what I did today? Don't do that. Keep it inside until the trial's done. Because as I said before, I know I'm repeating myself, well-meaning people are going to say, oh, you know, I used to be a paramedic. Let me tell you what the Glasgow-Coma scale really means. And you've got what this witness had to say about it. And you ought not to supplement that intentionally, going online, very bad, or unintentionally by just talking with someone's like, hey, you used to be in medicine. Tell me about the pain scale. Is it really 1 to 10? What does 10 mean? Don't do that. And don't inadvertently do it by talking with people about the case. We'll try to start as close to 9 a.m. tomorrow as we can. I'll make sure the lawyers are here. We'll say blessings over the technology. But we need all 14 of you here to get started. So do your best to navigate the vagaries of the roads. It's supposed to get down below freezing tonight. And of course, it's been raining, so who knows what that means. Also be safe. And so if you live in a community where, I can't get out because my driveway is like this, and for the record, I'm holding my arm in a steep way, then call us and let us know you're stuck. If we know you're okay and you're going to be late, then we can be frustrated, but we calm down. If we don't hear from you, then some worry you're not well, others speculate you're fast asleep, and we need to enlist the deputies to go knock on your door, and that's awkward. The neighbors see these police cars showing up at your house. So call if you're stuck. And tomorrow theoretically is one of those days because of the hand we've been dealt by Mother Nature. But like I said, goal is to start as close to 9 as we can. Full day tomorrow of witness testimony, et cetera. We'll have the usual breaks. You can have more fuda at lunch or wherever you choose to go. Does anyone have any logistical questions? Yes, ma'am.
If we were to like have a snow day in Atlanta, would you guys alert us that?
Yes, tomorrow is not a snow day. I've heard that maybe on Friday there could be wintry mix. But the key is to get you down here before the wintry mix starts. And then we'll figure out, we'll use the sheriff's helicopter to get you home. But the key is getting you here. And that's why I flagged the temperatures are dropping. And of course, it's been raining, bad combination. And so if you're not able to get out of your neighborhood, not because of snow, it's not snowing today, tonight, call us and we'll figure out what to do. Deputy Gordon will show up with a hairdryer and melt the ice and get you here. But we'll want everyone to be careful about that. Your notepads, bless you, right into the shirt. You should leave your notepads in the jury room. Don't take them home with you. Just stack them up and you'll get them in the morning. Don't leave them out here. Leave them in the jury room. Yes, ma'am. Sure, you can put your name on it, a sticker, whatever you want to do. You'll also recognize your handwriting. Some people are using pens, a pencil, but the notepads stay here. I think that's it. Any other questions? Thank you for your time and attention today. I appreciate it.
All right, for the jurors.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk as a team.
All right, Mr. Body, anything from the state? Mr. Miller, on behalf of the defense? All right, let's all try to get here a little before 9, so we're ready. And same thing as these jurors, if you are stuck getting here because of the inclement weather, just call Chambers so I know you're okay, and that you're stuck. I have questions for you. Mr. Abadi, you had said, maybe we might rest by lunch on Wednesday. So that's tomorrow. What's your forecast now that we got through a day?
It'll definitely be tomorrow, or probably after lunch.
Okay. Mr. Miller, that means that you don't need to have witnesses here before lunch, but you should have witnesses here for the after lunch window. I'd like to be more specific, but when the state rests, you may have a motion. We'll work through that. If it doesn't prove to be dispositive, I want to use the rest of the day with your witnesses and not say, oh, it's 3 and you didn't have your witnesses here and we lose 2 hours of time. So you and your investigator can manage them. They don't need to be here in the morning. You may want them here in the morning, but definitely have witnesses to fill up 2-3 hours in the afternoon. Okay? And I still need to talk with you more about Dr. Bragi. My leaning right now is that he's going to need to talk to us outside the presence of the jury, so I can ask him some questions, and so you, Mr. Miller, can ask him some questions as well, and then I'll have a better sense of the contours of what he'll be talking about and the relevance of his prior jury service and how much you're going to be able to explore that. Because he is a state's rebuttal witness, We don't need to sort that out right away, but I'm gonna see sort of where we are, and he's gonna need to be kind of on call, so he could be here for that questioning. Probably not tomorrow, but certainly on Thursday at some point. Okay?
And I'm assuming Thursday, obviously, I don't believe either day you probably testify as a rebuttal witness. I'm just inquiring with the court. You're on Zoom pretty frequently. Is that something that questioning can be able to be present for via Zoom, or would you want it in person? And that didn't matter to me, I just wanted to clarify with the court.
Right.
That would be,
Okay, he didn't ask you, but I was gonna ask you, but I want him here in person too, so we're aligned on that one. He should be here so we can sort through this. But I will think more about timing. It may be that while the jurors go home on Thursday, we go late. I'll talk with Ms. Rivers about that, but it might be after we close on Thursday, meaning we stop for the day. That's when he'd be here so that everyone knows, because it could be on Friday, you're done. You think you've got, Mr. Miller, a full day plus whatever you get on Wednesday?
yes, definitely. If we get started Wednesday, we'll lead into Friday.
Okay, then I'm thinking it would be Thursday, and we might stop a little early on Thursday for the jurors so that we're not staying here too late. But if you're gonna coordinate with the doctor, it would be Thursday late afternoon that I'd need him here. You'd need him here, so that we can get on the record the questions outside the presence of the jury. Is that doable? Okay, all right. If there is nothing else, you guys have a good evening.
Thank you.